Hello everyone! Happy Tinfoil Tuesday to you. Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be looking at a bunch of different conspiracies and debunking them. Today we're going to be taking a break from Flat Earth because I know I've been hitting that real hard the past couple weeks. Last week we did an entire Flat Earth edition of Tinfoil Tuesday, so no Flat Earth today. We will not be doing Flat Earth. Today we're going to be doing a variety of topics. We have, let's see, we have Conspiracy Castle with all sorts of weird, obnoxious conspiracy theories. We have moon landing hoaxers, Mandela effectors. We have the final part of the QAnon documentary, Fall of the Cabal. We're finally finishing that up today. Of course, we have Hans Wormhat. I have a bunch of transvestigations that we can look at and talk about how ridiculous these people are. The Fullerton Informer talking about hydroxychloroquine. We have Bigfoot, which is, you know, it's a fun one. It's not as politically charged as many of the other ones, so I think that'll maybe be a good one to end on, the Bigfoot stuff, but who knows. Once again, I'm putting in the chat the bingo card. Remember, on Tinfoil Tuesday, we play Conspiracy Bingo. And if you get a bingo, I will get you a subscription to the channel for free. Sorry, I'm kind of blanking today. If you already have a subscription, I'll write you down, and when it's up for renewal, I will get you it then. Today I'm broke, so I'm probably going to have to write down the name either way. And then I'll get you in the next week when I get paid. But again, please go ahead and get that bingo card if you want to play, or if you just want to play for fun. Whatevs. It's a lot of fun. So, thanks everyone for coming to Tinfoil Tuesday. What else? When we do hype trains, I put on more tinfoil or shiny clothing as we get higher in the hype trains. I think that's it. So let's see what the chat has to say. Random Guy 2324 Real says, "Oh God, who QAnon think is a pedophile today? Everyone who isn't on their side," would be my guess. Lapupon says, "If the Earth is flat, how did we flatten the curve? Checkmate." Yeah, right, nailed it. Did you miss anything good? Not really, Arcana Stamper Blackwell. Just got here, so you are right on time. Towing24, can I give my bingo to a random in chat as I have a recurring paid? Yes, but I'd prefer you to, if you do so, wait to pick the random person until I get paid so I can do it right then. But I could write down your name if you win, and then I know I owe you one, whether it be for you or for someone else. Dude Spanking Dude says, we gonna see religious conspiracies today? Maybe. I didn't pull any up. I know I mentioned that, so I'll try to if we go through the ones I already have pulled up. What else? Did I miss anyone else? The Life of Mal, welcome. Tom G 10100111010. Thank you for the 100 bits, though you say you're going to be at work, so I don't know if you can hear me currently. If you can, thanks very much. Mario is perfect for this if you have him pulled up. Hold on, let me find him. I know I bookmarked him. Mario. Woohoo! I know I saved him. Vigilant Mario. Okay, we can look at him at some point. Let me switch over to the camera so you can see what I see. Transition. Woo! Oh. The window capture is capturing the wrong window. Give me a minute to fix it. Google Chrome. No. Vigilant Mario. There we go. Thanks. Is his intro still ridiculously loud? Perhaps. We will see. No sending conspiracy links. True. You can do so on Twitter in between Tinfoil Tuesdays, but if you get your bingo card and then you know what you need to get a bingo, you can fudge the... You can basically cheat, which is why I don't take submissions on the day of Tinfoil Tuesday. If you do get a bingo, just say bingo in the chat and send us a link to your bingo card and we will check it to make sure it's legit. Although, frankly, if you have nothing better to do than cheat on bingo on my stream, then I don't know what to do to help you. So, I guess we should get to it. What sounds good to you guys to start? We have Conspiracy Castle. We have Lunar Landing discussions. We have something about the Mandela effect with this lady. We have Fall of the Cabal Part 10, the final part. We have Hans. We have Random Transvestigations. The Fullerton Informer. We have Bigfoot. We have Vigilant Mario, who does sort of religious-based conspiracy theories. Can you get a bingo link? Yes, you can. Here you go. Right there in the chat is a link to the bingo card maker. Vulcan Princess 97. These streams are all that give me serotonin. That's an issue. Hand, is that a vote for the Mandela effect thing? Because she's talking about hands. Shifty hand shit. Hans. Transvestigation sounds odd. You've never seen it? Oh boy. You have no idea. We'll have to talk about the bones, probably. Let's see what's up with the transvestigations. Do we have a Hans one? Let's find a Hans worm hat one. That way everyone's happy. I don't think this is Hans. Hans worm hat. Hans worm hat. How do you get a new sheet? I seem to share mine with someone. I thought I gave you guys the link to the create your own, but if you don't for some reason, down in the bottom right, there's a little square with 3 horizontal lines. Click on that and then hit the new button. So, where did... Oh God, having so many tabs open, I feel like a boomer. Hans. Let's find a transvestigation from Hans. It looks like Matt Dillahunty's in this video. Obviously not actually in it, like he's not part of it, but like Hans is using footage of Matt for some reason.
But also, I try to avoid fallacious arguments, and in fact, you are a Homo sapien, but Homo sapiens include multiple different genders, and the fact that someone's gender identity doesn't match what you think it should be is none of your damn business.
Well, hold on. Okay.
Correct! As usual, Mr. Dillahunty. Those are some nice shoes, too. Look at those.
So, right up to this point, you've been invoking science, right?
Yeah.
And suddenly, science is trumped by psychology.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, because according to you, now, your gender is not a fact in the natural world.
Correct.
Your gender...
Your genetic sex and what your chromosomes are, those are facts, but your gender is a social construct. This is the difference between, let's say, someone who's genetically male and someone who's genetically female. Okay. Someone who has XX or XY chromosomes, and by the way, there are more than 2 of those because there's all sorts of chromosomal abnormalities. There are intersex people. The number of people who are born intersexed every year would shock most people because they just don't think that this sort of thing happens.
Yeah. Hans, I think, put that clip because he thinks it makes Matt look ridiculous when it doesn't. Matt's absolutely right. Sex is bimodal, and gender is a social construct. We can find a transvestigation, though. I gotta find it. Come on. Strength. This is probably transvestigation.
This video, kind of about 2 different topics. First, I'll talk a little bit about strength. And so, yeah, let's just get into that part. So I'll just read this. LOL, there's this fat dude, 300 plus pounds, walks with the chest out, flexing lats, and haha, he just looks retarded. He eyeballs everyone. What's up with that? I'd take a guess his estrogen levels. Yeah, being fat is female. It's a female trait.
What? Are you... What? Men can't be fat? Have you seen the majority of the population of the United States? What? Hans. Nope. This ain't it, bud.
High amounts of adipose. Real men are lean. And it's even hard for real men to get fat in the way that for women, it's hard for them to not be fat. And that's another thing that Trannyland sells you backwards. Trannyland tells you that women are skinny and that men are fat. That's totally backwards. Men are skinny, women are fat. That's the truth. This person's a tranny that knows about, that's why they made this joke, the estrogen levels. They know
what? Okay, everyone's body has adipose, right? That's what fat is. It's a specific kind of, like, tissue in your body. And if you took 2 roughly, let's say, two people, one who is, oh, thank you, Jouster Zen with 5 bits and Dudes Banking Dudes with 1 bit. Hannah proves it, because she's a bit chubby. I'm kidding. Yeah, Hans will forever be the one true man. True. If you took your average man with your average woman, let's say, the woman might have differently proportioned adipose tissue on their body. Women, for instance, have, like, breast tissue, more of it, and that's gonna be more, like, adipose. But, like, men can also be fat, right? Anyone who eats more than they burn off in a day will end up storing the excess energy as fat tissue on your body. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with, like, whether you're a guy or a girl or non-binary, whatever you happen to be. If you eat more than you burn off, you will gain weight, and it will be stored as fat. Hormones might dictate how it is stored, but it will be stored nonetheless.
Martin. So let's talk about power really quick. Not only do fat-free Martins somehow think that they're strong just because they're fat, they don't understand. Think about a wrench. A lot of the power that you're getting out of a wrench depends with how long the wrench is. So the way that our bones are built are different for females and males. Our bones are built different to be strong. Men are strong, women are weaker, and a lot of it has to do with our bone structure. Long humerus bone, real man. Short humerus bone, FTM tranny. Who do you think's stronger? You know, think about it.
That was a picture showing how force is multiplied based on how far you are from the fulcrum point. What are you talking about?
Who do you want helping you move? Look at this one. Who do you want helping you move? This person? This body? Or this body?
Probably that dude. He can probably lift more.
Who do you think's gonna have better endurance, be able to pick up stuff better? Look at that. It's obvious.
Wait, what? Why? Like, she has less muscular tissue than he does, which is also fine, but what?
So, really quickly, I'll just talk about muscles, because...
Hey, we don't need the bones glasses yet. He's talking about muscles, not bones. That's a different thing.
This is basically what my arms look like, yeah. But this is strong. The point...
Giving a little bit away there, Hans, aren't you? Gee. I wonder why Hans is intent upon displaying the fact that a more feminine frame is in fact somehow masculine. And then he compares himself to this thin woman and saying that he looks like her. That makes it sound like, Hans, you're a thin guy, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And it seems like you're insecure about that, and therefore you feel the need to justify that by saying, actually, anyone with, like, muscly arms, really, they're just secretly transgender. Nope, you just have skinny arms. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Is a real man has long humerus bones, so their muscles...
There it is! Hold on, let me chew. I'll die if I do the bones while I'm chewing. The bones! The bones! Is it time to measure the bones? I think it is time to measure the bones. There you go. You got what you paid for.
Muscle doesn't pop out as much. An FTM
We needed the bones emote so badly.
tranny has these tiny little bones, so their muscles are popping out huge all over the place. Real men have a more lean look to them, just because our muscle fits our frame better.
What? No. No. People's bodies are different, and people carry both fat and muscle differently depending on who they are. And their genetics, on top of other things, you can do different exercises to make certain muscles bigger than others. You can do stuff to get definition. Like, what? To say that, like, all men look like this or all women look like that is not only reductive, but factually wrong.
FTMs, their muscles don't fit their frames right. Hey, look, yeah, you see a little bit of bulge, but that's just because it's...
The dude's in good shape. Is this Brad Pitt? He looks a little bit like a fuzzy photo of Brad Pitt. It's Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. That would make sense. He's in decent shape. Like, he's obviously fit. He's thin. He's got a little bit of musculature. He's not, like, jacked or anything, but he's in good shape.
It's a roided out tranny. That doesn't mean that this person's stronger
What?
than this person. Again, think about tools. This is Brad Pitt's arm. This is Angelina's arm. Who's...
Hans, do you not understand what this image is even illustrating? This image is illustrating the fact that the further away from the fulcrum point that you hold it, you'll have greater leverage in your ability to pull. Oh, God.
stronger? Angelina, way stronger. So much stronger.
Which is, by the way, the same reason that the doorknob is on the opposite side of the door frame as the hinges. Because if it was near the hinges, it would be hard to, you know.
Look, this is Brad Pitt as teed up as they can get it. Notice the masonry in the background.
Have you seen Brad Pitt in, Fight Club? Brad Pitt, Fight Club. Brad Pitt in Fight Club is jacked as fuck, bro. Brad Pitt in Fight Club is pretty attractive, in my opinion. Or like, in, what is this, in Troy? He looks even more, like, defined in Troy. Like, what? You could say a lot of things about Brad Pitt if you don't like him, I guess, but you can't say the guy's not in shape. Or at least hasn't been at parts in his life. I have no idea what Brad Pitt looks like today, but he's older, so, you know, who knows? It's ridiculous.
Still flabby in the upper arm, like women. Women are flabby in the upper arm. You see the fat, subcutaneous fat layer.
What? He has... What?
Men have lean upper arms.
I think this is legit just Hans being super insecure about the fact that he's got tiny arms, and he has to justify it by saying that actually having tiny arms is the most masculine. No! Look, Hans, I'm sorry you feel insecure about this. I'm sorry you let's get on the bones classes. This is important. Hans, I'm sorry you feel insecure about how you look, and that you've been made to feel unmasculine because you haven't lived up to society's predefined definitions of what a man might be. However, if you actually watch the movie Fight Club, for instance, they talk about how toxic masculinity can... Well, they don't literally talk about it, it's subtext, which you won't get. But Fight Club is sort of about how toxic masculinity and these views of ourselves and what men should be or what women should be can be incredibly destructive, and at the end of the day, you should probably just view yourself as a person living in society and define who you are for yourself. So Hans, instead of trying to flip the script and tell everyone else what they should be and how they should present themselves, why don't you just recognize the fact that, hey, we're all different in our own ways, and we should all be happy with who we are. And if the way that you are masculine is that you have tiny arms, that's absolutely fine. Who cares? Do you, Hans?
So, it's a big difference. Okay, look at this really quickly. Look up FTM bodybuilders. They just look like anyone from Hollywood. They got...
What? No, they're bodybuilders.
T-Rex arms. Why do FTM bodybuilders have the same body type as Hollywood people?
What? In shape? Because they're bodybuilders and they're in shape. And by the way, most of these dudes look stronger than most people in Hollywood. Like, look at this guy. He's fucking jacked. That's like 1980s Arnold Schwarzenegger shit. Good for them. What's up? Hello. We're watching Hans.
I know.
Then you get freaks like this. Like,
Hello,
what is
chat.
that? I don't... Oh, we'll look at that one later. I think I
sad.
have that one.
I don't know why Lupin doesn't like me today.
Did she do something again?
Yeah, she keeps hissing at me.
Oh, that is weird. She hasn't been doing it to me. That's weird.
Yeah, you just look like a Hollywood tranny, because you're a tranny. These...
T-slur. Is it maybe because you were moving the couch earlier and it was freaking her out because she was under it?
I mean, she didn't see me though. She didn't know who was moving the
She might have smelled you or something.
I guess.
Who knows?
Why do they...
This morning, chat, Lupine, our new kitty, went missing in the house, and we had to look everywhere for her, and it turned out she had gotten under the couch, like in the mechanism of the recliner. She's okay.
These guys got the T-Rex arms, just like people in Hollywood. It's because people in Hollywood are trannies.
That's true. Hannah is
Oh my
her
gosh.
favorite.
So I was thinking maybe this one.
Did I see Simon Dan's latest video on Hans? Hans believes penguins are fake and not the Antarctic, but the Arctic is an ice wall around the Earth. We've actually watched that penguin Hans video on this channel before. You should check out Simon Dan, though, if you haven't. He's really good on YouTube. He also covers Hans sometimes and does a lot of flat Earth debunks and stuff.
Is like...
Do you like Fight Club?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
An MTF that went back to being M. Same with this.
Hans spends a lot of time, it seems, looking at shirtless jacked dudes.
I mean...
Just saying.
Because this one's famous. Anyone who's a famous tranny,
Kitty
you
was
gotta be
getting
wary
more
of them being a
trusting
double
yesterday,
trans.
but
This one kept...
she's real upset today, at least
the
with me.
vagina. But I think that this one is really a man.
Oh, I have no idea which stream covered the penguin thing. Probably a Tinfoil Tuesday, though I don't know which one.
Just was
Maybe the Tinfoil Tuesday Hans Wormhat edition. I did a
think
whole
that's
episode.
What it was.
born with a vagina. And now they're on T.
For the record, a lot of these people might not even be trans men, because he typed in female to male bodybuilder, and like Arnold Schwarzenegger came up, and Schwarzenegger is a cis man, so...
So yeah, it gets a little confusing when you get into the double trans, but
Yes, we've had one trans, but what about double trans?
look at just regular bodybuilders. They have the same look. There's no difference. You have
Oh boy, Hans, it's almost like getting on hormones really helps your body get to the place you want to be when you're trans. How crazy.
T-Rex arms. You got your little T-Rex arms. You look the same. Look like a freak. So all bodybuilders are trans. They're all
No. No, they're not, Hans.
juicing. Does any of this look right? Does any of this look natural?
Well, Hans, it's not necessarily supposed to look natural. Bodybuilding is a discipline in which people literally spend their free time working out, not just in a strength way, because if you've ever seen people who do just straight up strength training, they don't usually look like this. Bodybuilding is to work out muscles in order to get a certain visual look, right? Pumping Iron is a good documentary about this. It's where Arnold Schwarzenegger and Lou Ferrigno were up against each other for some bodybuilding competition. You see their rivalry. It's quite interesting. Bodybuilding isn't about, like, looking natural, because you have to do pretty specific regimes and, like, exercises in order to get this look. But people who do strength training are still going to be able to outlift these guys, even though they're in, you know, pretty good shape. It's just that they're working out muscles for an aesthetic as opposed to working out muscles for strength training.
Yeah, you got your T-Rex arms.
What? He's got arms. They're just arms.
CrossFit for trannies. Trans.
Hans, it's called CrossFit because it involves a variety of tasks and different kinds of exercises. It's like a cross of a bunch of different kinds of exercises. That's where that comes from. You could have Googled that to find that out.
Same idea. I know some trannies that opened up a CrossFit gym. Like, let's look at the humerus bone. Like, look at that. Oh my gosh, the torso on that thing.
Okay, first of all, not on that thing. She's a woman, Hans, you fucking douche. Second of all, that woman could kick your ass, so maybe chill out with the insults. You just admitted you got scrawny little arms, and you're gonna insult this woman who's taken a long time and a lot of work to hone her physical form? Jesus. Rude.
No hips. No hips. Oh yeah, I know a ton of women that can hold themselves up like this.
Hans, they're specifically exercising to get to the point where they can do this. That's the purpose of exercise? Do you know how exercise works, Hans? Have you ever lifted a dumbbell in your life?
Ripping muscles. Oh my gosh. Okay. They're trannies.
No, they're not. And even if they were, why would it matter?
Those abs, not from a woman. So look, these are everyday people. These are just everyday people, trannies. Look at that long.
Hans, first of all, please stop using the T slur. If you want to talk about trans people, just call, you know, trans people like me trans. It's fine. It's cool. And not a trans either. Please call us, like, this trans person. You know. Don't use the T slur. Not cool, bud.
Long torso, short legs, tranny. Everyday person, not a celebrity. Nobody famous. At least not that I know of. This is just CrossFit, people. And then we get Mr. T-Rex arms. Doesn't it look silly? Look, we got little T-Rex arms and no leg hair.
Hans, just because you can floss with your arms doesn't mean that muscular people don't exist. It's fine. It's fine.
You know, women don't have upper body strength.
They do if they take the time to work on it, like anyone. Hans, if you do a bunch of pull-ups, over time, you'll get better at doing the pull-ups and they will be easier to accomplish. That's what exercise does.
In the Kali, mocking you. Huge knuckles. It's a huge knuckle, everyday tranny. They're all over, man. They're all over. So I'll just finish up. Yeah. Oh, here's that disgusting. See, look, this made the news. In 2011, this made the news.
Yeah, it made the news because this person is transgender. They're literally saying, hey, this transgender person is a bodybuilder. Here's a personal interest story about it. Hans, why would this be news if every bodybuilder was trans? Do you understand that this news article is made because it's like there aren't many trans people in general? So it's like, oh, this person's trans and a bodybuilder. Human interest story. Why would anyone care if everyone was already trans, Hans?
They're making news articles in 2011 about trannies. 42-year-old, of course. They like that number a lot. Multiple.
Or it's because she's 42, Hans.
7. So look at this. I'm just going to end with the Harvey Weinstein thing. If you, I don't know, I guess you could try to send this video to people who believe this crap. How these people are huge beasts compared to Harvey Weinstein, who's just a fat, look at this. Just feel that masculine energy, too. Do you think that
Hans, what the fuck are you talking about?
these people are getting assaulted by fat Harvey Weinstein?
Hey, dipshit, do you know anything about the accusations made against Harvey Weinstein? The accusations are not only that he was aggressive with them sexually, but that he was using his position over them in a company, literally using his power in Hollywood to coerce people into sleeping with him. He wasn't... Hans, do 5 seconds of research, you sick fuck.
Look at that. You're not going to try to start a fight with that thing. This thing scares me.
Hans, I know women scare you. It explains a lot of your personality, but maybe dial it back just a little bit.
Kidding me? So, yeah, strength, I don't know, people don't understand what strong is.
Hans, honestly, I have a question for you, and this is a challenge. Here's a challenge to Hans Wormhat, and feel free to send this to him, at this timestamp, so he knows to come here, just so he doesn't, skip over the whole video. Here's a challenge, Hans. Find me a photo of 5 cis women that you think are cis and are not trans. Because I don't think I've ever seen you look at a photo of a woman and be like, yep, that's a real woman, as you would put it. That's a real fucked up way to put it, but it's how you would put it. Find me 5 photos of cis women and explain to me why they are cis.
That's a strong body. Look, that's just a man. This is honestly what my body looks like. That's me walking down the beach. With long hair.
Okay, that's great, Hans. Good for you. That just means you're like a pretty skinny person. You're just skinny, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
No joke. That's just a man's body.
It's not. It isn't. Also, Hans, do you have boobies? Because she has boobies.
And it's strong, too. Those long monkey arms. But they've just sold it all backwards. People just don't know what strength is. They don't know... Like, this is a strong person.
What? Like, look, no offense to whoever this is. I don't recognize this person. But, like, I don't look at her and think, yeah, she could bench a lot. She's real strong. Like, no, not... I mean, she's, like, pretty, and she's, like, in shape, but, like, she's not jacked. She's not muscular. She doesn't look particularly strong compared to your average person.
This is not strong. What's Harvey gonna do? Lay on top of them?
Yeah, that was probably part of it, you sicko.
Try to eat them?
Again, Hans, have you read a single article about the accusations against Harvey Weinstein? They are that he used his power in order to coerce women.
Well, seriously, just be honest with yourself. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win in a fight?
Probably him, even though he's fat.
Dang. This thing is strong.
Yeah, she was playing Lara Croft Tomb Raider.
Look at those
She
shoulders.
probably exercised.
My goodness. Veins. Huge kneecaps. They're not getting sexually assaulted by anybody. Just fat girls on tea.
Nope, that would be the writing duo behind Good Will Hunting, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, with a convicted sexual assailant.
They all look pregnant here or something. It's a joke. Harvey Weinstein has a real wonky eye. Yeah, look at this. This thing's a beast. Could beat
What
the
are
crap
you
out of Harvey
talking
Weinstein.
about?
So easy. It's like the Joker. Man, just feel the energy. It's crazy. Anybody who believes these rape stories is just so blind. How far apart the eyes are. Those monkey arms, they can do some damage. I thought looks exactly like, so this is allegedly, this one, but looks exactly like Heather Graham, and this just looks exactly like Heather Graham. Something about the posturing is just Heather Graham does that same thing. And this one also claimed to be
capitalism.
Adorable bastard, thanks for subscribing with Twitch Prime.
So, has anyone said that? Rose McGowan, Heather Graham, same person.
What?
Kind of a hard one to prove with all the inbreeding and stuff that they have going on. But,
They don't even look alike, Hans. What?
but I think they really do that, where they'll take a celebrity, and this is one of their characters, and another one they just put blue contacts in and a blonde wig. Boom, you're a new celebrity. I think they do that a lot. Anyways, this is more about strength. Just look at the body proportions. Just the full body proportions. Those sloped shoulders. Man, no man is gonna have shoulders that look like that.
What are you talking about? He just looks like a guy. He just looks like... What?
This. So
He has kind of like long trapezius muscles or whatever those are called. And then he's got shoulders. Like, what?
part of the reason I'm doing this video, somebody asked me to talk about the difference in man and woman shoulders. And this shot right here actually shows it really well. If you're a man and you have developed trap muscles, sure, your shoulders will have a little bit of a slope to it, but you see that the underlying shoulder structure is very rectangular. Your arms hang down.
Okay, yeah, he has long trapeziuses. And then he has, like, normal shoulders. What? I don't understand what you don't
Shoulders
get.
basically go across, and then they come down straight again. But you do see it. This isn't like a sloped shoulder structure. This is just a developed trap muscle on a boy body. But this right here is just sloped, mega sloped shoulders. You just see how the difference. But yeah, the MTF, they can build up their trap muscle to give their shoulders a slopiness. But then just compare the humerus bones. That's why muscles are not good.
You know, that's on, on all the list of the things that I'm working on with my transition, right at the top, right under, like, hormones and voice training, I'm like, gotta work those trap muscles. They don't call us traps for nothing. That's a bad joke. Shouldn't have made that joke. That's not a good joke. Clear the egg with 10 bits. Do you know what Hans thinks the motivation for Hollywood to trans all their celebrities is? I'm pretty unfamiliar with transvestigations. I have no idea.
It's the Skull and Bones Society. It's not the skull, bones, muscles, sexual organs. No, it's just the skulls and bones. So, it's not advised that you try to transvestigate with anything other than skulls and bones. Look at those shoulders. Or, not shoulders, the armpits. Something that doesn't get mentioned very much, but lean armpits like this is masculine.
What?
How strong this person is. A lot of upper body strength. It's masculine. Women do not have upper body strength. That jaw. Do you think Harvey Weinstein could do this?
No, he's a fat man.
When you know. Fat tranny. FTM tranny. This one probably carries... It's probably a big joke. They're doing a one-eye symbol in this picture, too. It's probably a big joke. I bet Harvey Weinstein is a breeder. Harvey Weinstein probably has carried a lot of these trannies' children. Because these dudes could beat the crap out of this double chin FTM. It wouldn't even be close. Look, he's like 2 midgets. That's it.
I hate Hans so much. He's the worst. Okay. This man has a name. This is Peter Dinklage. He's a fantastic actor. Can we not, A, use the M word, and fucking B, objectify him? What the fuck? Hans lives in an alternate reality and that's why we love him? I don't know. He's fucked.
Got the white, discolored hands. Look at the wording they use. Harvey Weinstein fingers Jennifer Lawrence for role. Yeah, but look at these white hands. It's hormone abuse.
Let's see, I'm on hormones. I have been for a little over a year now. My hands are not whiter than the rest of me, at least not like any more than or less than anyone else. It's almost like you're talking out of your asshole, Hans.
Look, this one's bigger. Sorry for the disgusting boobs, but this one's so...
Hans, are you sure you're into women? Just something to consider.
strong. Just look, it's just strong.
Fellas, is it gay to like boobs? Hans accidentally, constantly, like, shows his inner soul to the world. And it's beautiful in the way a train going over a ravine is beautiful in slow motion. Like, yeah, a lot of people get hurt in the process, but boy, was it interesting to watch on the way down.
You know? This is what a strong man looks like. And this is just a fat woman. And we were all blind. Alright, God bless everybody.
Oh god, Hans, I hate you so much. I love you,
Nothing funny about
Hans.
the tools of capitalism.
Anyway, Dude Spanking Dude says, you ever think Hans might be a closeted, in denial trans woman? Like he won't accept it, so he uses all these logical hurdles? No, I don't think that's the case. I think he's just a very, very confused, potentially, maybe mentally ill person. I don't know. So Hans, my challenge to you is this. If people want to send this video once I clip it out and put it on YouTube to Hans, that would be great. Hans, find me 5 pictures of what you consider to be cis women. Look up cis on Google if you don't know what it means. And get back to me in a video response. And explain, why do you think they're cis as opposed to every other woman in the world whom you think is trans for some reason? It's very bizarre. You're a very weird person, Hans. Alright, let's get something lighter, not quite so Hans, let's say. Let's do a guy walking through the woods trying to prove Bigfoot's real. What do you think? JFK airport conspiracies? I don't have any. Let me see what I have on my bingo card to see if I have to get any off. That's not how science works. Misattribution of coincidence. Fluoride. Someone doesn't understand how cameras work. Anonymous 4chan. Any other Chan. Doesn't understand the Matrix as a metaphor for being trans. Ancient wisdom. QAnon is claimed as the source. Spurious symbology as evidence. Someone forgets correlation isn't causation. Racist disbelief of historical events. Planet X. Nibiru. Hannah might die of laughter. Someone cites a study from the 18th or 19th century. Someone demonstrates a poor understanding of philosophy, Eastern religion, chemtrails, forced sterilization, 5G, something is a false flag operation, Hannah mentions cheese, hot pockets, vampires. I'm probably going to have to get a new one because I saw someone click on one, which means I accidentally got on someone else's card. So here we go. Is there anything else? Alright, I don't think I have any yet. So. Free Martin. Free Martins are not the same thing as Freemasons. I know they sound the same, but it's not. Free Martin has nothing to do with Freemason. More Cabal. That tends to get rough. I want to watch a Bigfoot thing first. I'm going to count the gay agenda as sort of Hans's whole idea about Hollywood being full of trans people. I'd say that's part of the gay agenda. So, Bigfoot. This guy walking through the woods, looking for Bigfoot.
I'm in the Empire State, New York State. Very excited to be here. Listening to a woodpecker, got squawked at by a squirrel.
Does Hans always hit the gay agenda? He said Free Martin, though? Yeah, Free Martin isn't on here. Free Martins are not the same thing as Freemasons. They're unrelated. They just sound alike. Free Martins are not Freemasons. And I don't have Free Martin on this. If someone has a bingo card and it says Free Martins, sure.
The terrain is very, very familiar to me.
Link to the card. Hold on. Oh, okay. I understand Baja Blast. Control V. There's the bingo card for you.
It's really nice old growth forest. There's my yoga girl, Sadie. Say hi, Sadie. She's so pretty. And we're here because of this.
Le Poupon with a bit. Hans said, notice the Freemason in the background. Did he say that? If you say so, then yeah. If he did say that, then yes. It counts.
man. This is my friend Kyle. He's the local guy whose shoulders I
What does
stand upon.
Baja Blasts mean? Baja Blast is my girlfriend who is in the chat sometimes. She is in a fourth-year PhD student, and sometimes when she gets frustrated with something happening on the stream that's scientifically illiterate, she will come in the room and blast, let's say, by explaining the actual science behind something.
And he's going to tell us about how
PhD candidate. Did I say student again? Apologies.
he and his father had what I consider to be a very significant Sasquatch encounter. And I'm really convinced after interviewing them, meeting them, speaking with them at length, that I find them very believable. I find their story very familiar from other authentic encounters of my own and other people.
Okay, but doesn't that say to you that it's entirely possible that you're all suffering from almost like a mass hysteria where all of you believe in this thing that is Bigfoot, and therefore when you go into the woods and hear strange noises or see things moving behind trees, you're more likely to attribute those experiences to Bigfoot when you actually have no independent verifiable evidence to the fact that it is indeed some sort of hominid with large feet walking through the forest.
And Kyle, it's 5 years ago?
Yeah, about 5 years ago.
And tell me what happened.
It would be, here's the thing too, Bigfoot would be awesome. If there was any like conspiracy or cryptoid thing I'd want to be real, it would probably be Bigfoot. Because having another hominid species that exists on the earth with us still would be amazing. Imagine how much we could learn not only about ourselves, but about them, how we could learn about, you know, our common ancestry. It would be incredibly interesting. But the evidence just doesn't bear out the idea that they exist out there, unfortunately.
We came here for a hunting trip, just to do something different because, you know, he grew up down the road, so he wanted to come back. So we made a weekend trip to come up, and we had other hunters come in. It was opening day, deer season, and they were from Whitehall, they were saying. So, which is kind of weird because that's a Bigfoot hotspot too in New York. They were making a lot of noise up really early. There was 5 or 6 of them out of a truck, and they were going down the trail. Gunshots all over the place. They didn't even get anything. So that kind of scared us. So, you know, we work good as a team together. You know, we've hunted together all our lives.
You and your father.
Yeah. So we figured it best to just try to get away from them. So it was getting dark, and
If it's such a Bigfoot hotspot, why not put up a security camera? Surely at some point, on a long enough time scale, if people are seeing Bigfoot all over the place, just put a motion sensor camera there in the woods with a solar panel or a battery pack or however those things work, and wait, and eventually you'll capture definitive proof of the existence of Bigfoot.
we decided to try it one more time. They were lost, radioing back and forth, so we just wanted to distance ourselves away from that. So we came up in here off the trail. What is it, 200 yards?
Yes.
And my dad stayed back behind a little bit, and I came in further. And there was an opening, which is either right here or down there or over there somewhere. Fresh snow, there was deer tracks. I was in kind of a little circle of pine or hemlock or spruce, whatever they might have been. And I took a knee and relaxed for a little bit. And then all of a sudden I hear branches breaking. So my first instinct, oh, a deer's coming towards me, or there might be a bear coming towards me because there's a dump down the road. So there's been a history of bear here, and black bear. If there's young, it's, you know, they're trying to find food, so it might be not a good situation to be in, by myself especially. So I'm hearing these branches breaking, and they keep breaking, and they're big. They're not, you know, they're not like this, where it's deadfall and it's the little snaps. It's like, oh, that didn't even do it. It's big branches. It's 4-inch diameter. Like I've done.
Okay, bears are large. If it was a bear, the weight of a bear could snap some pretty big branches.
Tree work. I know what it sounds like when a tree hits the ground and it shatters. It makes a big noise. And I kept hearing that and hearing that. And then I heard swooshing the leaves through the air, which I knew right then and there that that wasn't a bear. And me being 17 and scared, I picked up my gun because I don't know what's coming out of that woods. It's right on the other side of the tree line. I don't know what it is. So I'm white as a ghost, and I got my gun up, and it's making more noises and more breaks and more smashes. I didn't hear any grunting. I didn't hear any breathing. I didn't hear yelling, anything. My dad came up behind me because he heard it.
What does Hans think about this? Because Hans doesn't even believe in bears. So, like, wait, does he believe in bears? I forget Hans' stance on bears. I know he thinks panda bears aren't real. I don't know about brown bears. Does Hans believe in Bigfoot? It seems like the kind of thing he might believe in.
Too. And actually, my heart's pumping a lot right now because I'm kind of back in the same spot.
He has Bigfoot PTSD.
And because he heard it from 50, 60 yards away. So he came running up to make sure I was okay. And it kept going for a little while, and it stopped. And we didn't hear anything, so we got the fuck out of here. And we went up back to the truck, and the parking lot's actually right up there. And I think what was going on is it might have been a Sasquatch trying to show us that he wasn't happy with us being here because we were a bunch of hunters. We were with a bunch of hunters who were being loud and shooting at random
Dude Spanking Dudes with a Bit says, personally, I think something similar to Nessie could exist, seeing as how vast and unexplored the ocean is. Maybe it's like way down in the sea. I don't know. Well, specifically, Nessie's in Loch Ness, which is a loch, not the ocean. And there's certainly not some, giant dinosaur-like thing there. There could be a variety of really cool stuff under the water. We haven't explored a ton of the ocean. There's so much of it still to see. But I don't know. It would depend on what you mean, like Nessie. Like, what do you mean? Like, Nessie's basically supposed to be a dinosaur. There's stuff like giant squids that we've actually found corpses of that are cool. There could be some large aquatic beasts that we don't know of somewhere in the ocean, but not like dinosaur-like, I wouldn't think.
things being completely unsafe. So I suspected he figured we were with them and wanted us to get out. And it worked, because we left. And this is the first time I've been back in 5 years, and it's only 3 hours away.
How come you haven't come back?
Well, it's been kind of busy when it comes to work and everything like that, and it's hard to devote time to come up here, but it's gorgeous back here. I love it back here, and I have family history here. There's really no reason I shouldn't come back, but my dad and I didn't talk about it for probably a year and a half.
Captain Rachel says, I mean, there's crazy stuff in the ocean, like the fish that has a see-through head that can rotate its eyes in front or above it. I know, there's interesting stuff, but like, the larger a creature is, the more energy it needs to take in. The biggest creatures in the ocean are like whales, and whales are mammals. So, the reason whales are able to get so big and travel so far and be such effective, like, creatures in the ocean is because they're able to come up and get oxygen, which is more efficient in terms of the amount of oxygen that's in the atmosphere as compared to the amount of oxygen that is in the water. So, like, a whale, like a great white whale, a blue whale, whatever, can come up to the surface, get a bunch of oxygen, and, you know, go swimming for a long period of time, go miles and miles and miles without having to come back up. It is so effective in the ocean because it can take advantage of stuff like oxygen, because it is a mammal. At, like, the depths we're talking about, in terms of, like, hidden creatures, where would they get all the energy to get that big? They would literally have to be, like, getting heat energy from, like, some kind of... I don't even know, aquatic vents or something? I don't know. I don't think a creature that's that hidden and that deep in the ocean would be able to get the energy necessary to become something like a Nessie or whatever the heck you want to call it. Volcanic vents. Dude Spanking Dude says, even if he thinks the Bigfoot is real, like, if he thinks it's real, why would he stay where Bigfoot is? That's like begging to die. True.
Until I was like, hey, you know that documentary that Todd Standing put out?
Don't some Mormons think Bigfoot is Cain or something? I've heard that before. I don't know if it's Mormons specifically, but I have heard some people who think that Bigfoot is like Cain.
Oh, you remember that time we were in Long Lake and we heard that, and he's like, "Yep." And then I somehow managed to get a hold of Todd, and here we are. So
I know there are events where there are certain creatures like tube worms. I'm just saying, like when we think of something like Nessie or like a sea version of that, like we're thinking like a giant mobile creature that's probably like warm-blooded and like has the ability to be a predator towards other species. That would be tough in the deep ocean. In fairness, I'm not like a marine biologist or anything, so I don't know dick about it, but it just seems like to me the energy wouldn't be easy enough for them to evolve to that size and to have that sort of behavior that deep in the ocean.
So we're going to do some investigating and see if we can find where it was breaking the branches, and spend a couple nights here.
5 years later is hard. This is real natural old growth forests are so...
I gotta look at these creepy vent worms, though.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Thank you, MMO Addicted, for subscribing, and yay, 2 months. Keep rocking on, Hannah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone who supports the stream. I really appreciate it. It's what allows me to continue to do it. Ooh. Riftia Pachiptila. Nailing it. Makes such a good biologist. Creepy, though. Deep sea creatures. Lots of translucent ones, obviously. We have the bioluminescent ones. Ugh. Oh, there's a cool one. It's like a pufferfish that's translucent. Creepy. Very, very creepy.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Jouster Zen, look up Big Fin Squid. Big Fin Squid. Oh yeah, these things are disgusting and I hate them. It's so creepy. I don't like it. I don't like it. Look at this. Look at this shit. It's got giant long legs and I want to die. I don't know what it is about, like, having a bunch of, like, long tentacles like that, but it puts me off. I hate it. Have you seen those giant jellyfish, too? Those scare me. Giant jellyfish. I forget the species. But they're, like, ginormous. Look at how big these things are. These things are scary. That looks like something straight out of mythology. It sure does. These things scare me. I don't want a jellyfish that big touching me. I'm not sure if they're venomous, like some other jellyfishes, but... do not want. Earth is disgusting. I'm glad it's burning. I'm joking, obviously.
There's so much going on with trees falling and breaking and just natural indigenous decay. And his father, his father is an indigenous white guy. He's been out here for his whole life, decades.
What does an indigenous white guy mean?
Could run a skidder, he told me, at 5 years old before he could.
Like was he like raised indigenous, but he's like a white dude? Is he like a crazy mountain man? Like what?
Ride a bicycle.
Before he could ride a bike. But the man's just got a ton of wilderness experience.
Forget Bigfoot. I'm interested in the creature that is indigenous white guy. Cut to grainy footage of a guy walking through the woods in a suit and tie. Just a white guy.
In the United States. A very, very impressive in skills, outdoorsman, knows the wilderness. He never heard anything like it in his whole life. It was giant, heavy primate sound. And both of them are separately telling me the same thing. It's the same, and they're really close, father and son, really, really close family. And their testimony is very powerful to me, very powerful. And I'm really excited to be here. So we've seen some potential Sasquatch tree breaks along the road. I didn't stop for them because I just wanted to get here and do this look around. So we're gonna have a good hard look here, see what kind of evidence we can get. And he's gonna be a huge advantage for me, his knowledge and his abilities and skills out here. And then our spiritual little yoga girl, there she is. She's there's our bait.
What do you use for Bigfoot bait? No one's ever seen no one has evidence of a real Bigfoot even existing. So how would you know what it likes to eat?
Hi, Sadie. What are you looking at?
Just looking at the plants and the undergrowth underneath all of the pine needles. Tells a little bit older of a story of the forest. You can kind of connect with it a little bit better when you see what's actually underneath the superficial surface of what's lying here.
And what do you see?
Well, I just squatted down to look. So nothing yet.
Okay. So this is my Sasquatch Sunday video. Upon reflecting a little more, I'm going to make this Adirondack section of my time in New York State a couple different videos. Just because I had that day that we went out just preliminary looking for investigating Kyle's sighting, we found high ground. It's kind of like the anatomy of what Kyle was saying all added up and made sense. He was at low ground, the Sasquatch were at high ground. Didn't find any substantial tracks or breaks just because everything was 5 years, and it's a really healthy old growth forest. Tons of canopy overhead, tons of leaves falling every year. So I didn't find any smoking gun there.
So basically you have an individual's account and nothing else. And as we know from studies, personal accounts are incredibly deceptive, even with mundane things like watching someone steal a car. I mean, that's mundane and like relative to, you know, finding a Bigfoot. I'm talking about, like, if you interview people about things they've seen, they will be incredibly unreliable at the best of times, much less when you're afraid in the woods alone at night and your lizard brain is freaking out and telling you that every noise is some beast coming to take you.
But on day 2, what starts happening in day...
Honestly, 2020 is so fucking weird. If we discovered Bigfoot and Bigfoot was real, that wouldn't even be the weirdest thing that happened this year. So, like, hey, I'll take it.
Day 3, we do start to find evidence. We're going to show right now some evidence that we found, and what happened is I start to see the authenticity and integrity of Kyle, and I start to see this Sadie Clark walking around barefoot, recognizing tubers, showing me crayfish. The woman turns out to be, she's our spiritual connectivity and my empath, but she turns out to be this incredible, honestly, wilderness expert who has serious knowledge and understanding, and she's picking up things that I'm logically deducing based on experience, and she's deducing based on her feelings and the empathic energy.
Oh God, she's not like you. Is she not, like, looking at the forest floor for actual signs? She thinks she's, like, Counselor Troy, and she's empathically feeling how the forest feels? What? No. Wow, Bigfoot people believe in a bunch of woo-woo bullshit? What a shock.
And everything really starts to line up, and I was just, I was so impressed with both of these individuals. It was such a miracle that I got to go out with these two people, and as much as I could shine, they just seemed to match me. And it was an amazing experience working with these two individuals. What a miracle that I was able to find them and work with them. And you're going to see as these videos fluff out, there's probably going to be at least 2 more Sundays of videos from the Adirondacks, ending with, you know, the incredible encounter that we had. So you know, we'll go through all that, and much respect to New York State. Wow, what a beautiful, beautiful place. And I have to go back there and start keeping doing work. If you are from New York State, which many people are talking about, and I've met Kyle, I have a thing when I can meet somebody and see how they are and see how, like, Kyle was around for a Sasquatch interaction. You want to see someone's true colors, and so is Sadie.
Allegedly.
You want to see their
You have
real
no
true
evidence
colors?
that actually happened.
Put them in the scariest, craziest situation. Not a bear coming around, not wolves, not a mountain lion, a Sasquatch. And I got to test their mettle, as you'll see in these upcoming videos, and just absolutely outstanding. So we'll see this piece of evidence I'm going to play right now, and then we'll have more videos next week. Lots of stuff coming. I'm doing lots of expeditions. I'm very excited about this year, so stay tuned. Let's keep going. Hi, Sadie.
Hi.
I knew she was going to say that. That's definitely left foot.
Yes, without question.
No,
Wait a minute. You said hello, and she said hi, and you said, I knew she was going to say that. That's what people say when you say hi.
What you do is what you feel. What you feel. That's your foot and their foot.
Mm-hmm. It is enormous compared to my foot.
Yeah. What do you feel?
I feel like it is very back-weighted.
Yeah.
Like there is a ton of...
Honestly, if that was an authentic Bigfoot, like, footprint, fucking get your disgusting hippie foot out of the Bigfoot footprint. What the fuck?
like drive with the heel of
Right,
this.
right.
Yeah. That's exciting.
What?
This is a side note, but she has the exact tattoos. If you asked me what tattoos she had, this is in the general vicinity of what I would have guessed.
Energy. What energy do you feel?
There's like a playfulness. Almost like this was like a little kid playing.
It's an indentation in the soil. There's nothing that you can't know that. What? You know, and let me be clear. Compared to the other things I usually cover, like Flat Earth, or like Hans, who's an absolute awful person, whether he means to or not, this is like innocuous. If you want to go out and spend the day in the woods, put on your sunscreen and go for a hike, and look for an imaginary animal, great, good for you. There are much worse things you could be involved in. Great, like, what a fun hobby, good for you. But, like, do you have to pretend to be psychic and to psychically sense things through your feet? Wiki Feet should have a page on this psychic woman who can divine things via her bare feet.
Playing here doing this?
Yeah.
I don't know too much about like the size of Bigfoot, but this is definitely like
Small.
somebody was standing here playing.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
childlike, because they were standing right here.
So what?
Oh, he's not wearing a shirt in the woods. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Okay.
What's so cool? One of the things that's so cool about what she just said. So Sadie and I are just new to each other, and what's so cool about what she said is when you walk through areas that have sphagnum moss like this, I learned when I do barefoot that when I mean, I'm a little bigger than normal. I'm abnormally large for my frame because I work out and I eat lots of food like a domesticated human. But it's easier for me.
Domesticated human? Isn't that sort of redundant?
Watching the Sasquatch walk very heel orientated on soft ground like this, it saves me significant energy. And what she just said, it was heel heavy. That's because they walk heel heavy in soft ground like this. You can't do that
On what are you basing that? No one's ever caught footage of a Bigfoot that wasn't blurry, and even that was an admitted hoax. So, on what are you basing the fact that you think you know how big feet walk, much less exist?
hard ground. The impact would damage your body. Because this is, as you can see by the track, it's very absorbing ground.
Is it just like because it's a feature of bipedalism?
So
that could apply to anything that's on 2 feet, though.
They taught me, and when I started doing...
I know that doesn't exactly... It could just be another human. it could be a bear in a specific circumstance, but usually that bears only do that when they're, like, threatened.
I was like, man, they walk real heel heavy through the sphagnum moss areas, and it's entirely an efficient way to walk, which is so cool, because they're the most man-like primate. They're the only bipedal primates on the planet today, and I have so much to learn from them. That was one thing. This is why we stopped here. Wow. So, and the reason we came back here and stopped here is down the trail, there's another tree break pointing the same way, right? It's a small one.
Okay, it could be two trees. You're in a forest, so trees naturally die and sort of rot or get structurally unstable over time. One day, or different occasions, the wind started blowing, and both trees, they finally gave and came over. That happens. Or a bear could have done it. Again, bears exist in the woods.
But so, you know, I said, we gotta go have a look at that. It looks pretty clean. It's really clean. One thing we're seeing...
People used to walk toe first before shoes with soles were invented. Yeah, Baja Blast just was talking with me about that once.
This is the Empire State, New York. And it seems that when a tree break happens, the tree splits like this. I'm seeing that similarity. This is the third potential tree break I've seen. It's clean, and it's a year old. How do I know it's a year old? You see those? So this is, I said 2 years a minute ago. I was incorrect. In 2 years, these red will fall off. So that tree was alive 1 year ago. That break is definitely not from this year, so it's been through one season. And why would a tree as alive as this, plenty alive, surrounded by trees all over the place, break like that?
Because trees have different ages and different things that are going on with them, so some can age and die and break, or have certain things happen to them so that they fall over when other trees around them don't. If all trees died at the same time and all fell over, the forest would be gone. That's not how trees work.
Hit by lightning. So it's when you find a break, and the number one offensive thing to me, let's say 15 years ago before I started doing this, is like, how do you have that kind of power? They do. So other thing that I'd like to note in my experience, definitively in my experiences, just because that
definitively
it's a Sasquatch track doesn't mean it was a Sasquatch. That Sasquatch did it. I took Survivor Man out in an episode of Survivor Man Bigfoot where there was a 3-year-old tree break, and for some reason the Sasquatch will come around their old tree breaks. On the episode of Survivor Man Bigfoot where
what are you basing that idea? No one has ever observed a Bigfoot, a Sasquatch in the wild, because we don't even know if they exist, and you're claiming to know their, like, behavior? What?
Where he steps, a Sasquatch steps in a track really deep and he crushes the berries. That tree break was 3 years old at least. I'd seen it there before, and that Sasquatch track was from that day. Why was he walking around the tree breaks? And the answer is I don't know, but they do that. That's a behavior. So
that would be a behavior if it's something you could document, but in order to document it, you would need to observe that behavior, which you have not.
I don't think, in my opinion, my hypothesis...
This guy isn't exactly Jane Goodall.
...hypothesis would be that small Sasquatch, that's an 11-inch track from a male. It's wide, heavy, but I don't think he would have the power. I hope at 11 years old, or at 11-inch track, he's probably 9. I don't think he'd have the power. Between 9 and 11 years old, I don't think he'd have the power to do this, but they like to walk around the breaks. But that track looks a season old. This tree is a season old. So maybe his dad came along here, made the break, walked carefully through here. Son came through, you know, happy. Like Sadie just said, happy, having a good time. Look what my dad did. Isn't that cool? Maybe he did the small break over there. That would make sense. Because the other break is what? The tree is like 2...
Or multiple trees broke in the forest, unrelated to anything touching them.
2 inches thick?
Yeah, 2, maybe 2.5.
And this is 4? 6?
McLippy, thank you for subscribing.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think, say 6 inches?
6 inches.
Ask the lady, she knows.
Expert in that area.
I can't believe I just did that. I never do that stuff. Highly non-scientific, but fun. So we're having lots of fun, and
hey, you know, again, I'm criticizing this, but at the end of the day, this is harmless. This isn't like Flat Earth. Have your fun, go take your shirt off and hang out with your psychic friends in the woods. I don't care. It's fun for you, and that's great. It's entertainment for me.
now, this is just really good evidence. So it's really like, to have something come to a fact, you need 3 pieces of evidence. So we have 2 tree breaks in the same direction.
What? Okay, no, that's arbitrary. You can't say for something to be a fact, you need 3 pieces of evidence, and then arbitrarily decide that certain things are evidence that you've seen. Oh, there's a track that I have deduced is Bigfoot, and here are 2 trees. That's evidence. No. The bar for what your claim is relative to the strength of your claim versus the strength of the evidence that you have for that claim. So if you're claiming not only that a Bigfoot exists, but that one was here, right? And that these are evidence of it, the evidence needs to be strongly pointing in that direction in such a way that a multitude of people randomly off the street could come in and look at that evidence and say, yeah, that makes sense. Or someone who's like an expert in a field would be able to come in and say, yeah, that makes sense. But there's no such thing as a Bigfoot expert. So you can't just say, there are 3 things. It takes 3 things for something to be a fact. This is a fact, this is a fact, this is a fact, therefore it's true.
This very likely tree break with a Sasquatch track, right? What are the odds? You know?
2 of them.
And we were going to walk past. Oh, there's 5 here. You know, Kyle has definitively seen 2 outstanding tracks. The one I just showed you is a smoking gun. I just call that a smoking gun. I mean, look at that.
Put your hand in it for reference.
Yeah. So this is like, look at. That's the way John Benedict talked about that. The way it breaks the substrate. Like, this won't heal. When someone like me comes along and walks on this, the sphagnum moss can rebound and heal. That's never going to heal. That's destroyed. That's absolutely. Look at the death. That is annihilated. So, and only 1 season, because you see the leaves that are here. That's 1 season. So, you know, toes up in the front.
No offense, but I don't think this guy has the qualifications to look at leaves on the ground irrespective of the conditions under which they have been for the past year and determine whether or not it's been a year since those leaves fell. Like, that's going to depend upon, I'd imagine, precipitation, how well the soil drains, like, there's a myriad of factors I can't even imagine that would go into deciphering how long a leaf has been decomposing on the ground, and I very much doubt shirt-off Bigfoot guy happens to have the qualifications to make that determination.
Look at the definition in that. Look at that bust, like power. As a tracker, that's really... There's no other way to explain that. That is a smoking gun Sasquatch track by a very likely Sasquatch tree break. So now we have Sasquatch here 1 year ago. So,
Which is a lot earlier, or actually sooner than my experience.
So, and they're Sasquatch here. Well, they're Sasquatch here. This is beautiful, incredible terrain. They're going to come through here. The Adirondacks are gorgeous. I bet you there's hundreds of reported sightings and thousands that people have never reported. So gorgeous, gorgeous terrain, very abundant here. Showing me about the crayfish, freshwater crayfish. I've seen some snowberries, and just tremendously abundant with life here. So even you know, a longer growing season than what I have. The deer being around here, no elk herds, no brown bears, but definitely an ecological niche. Little squirrels, not big. I haven't seen any big squirrels.
No, there's not too many gray squirrels out here.
Gray squirrels, like the California and Vancouver Island gray squirrels, just little squirrels here. So lots of chipmunks. Fantastic, very cool. So now it's time to get excited.
All right, this guy's fun. He's you know, he's not credible, but he's at least entertaining. Okay. that's not how science works. I'm gonna count that towards his, like, there are 3 things that constitute a fact. 3 pieces of evidence. I'm gonna say that's not how science works. Okay. I think it's time, unfortunately, to get to the final part of Fall of the Cabal. The QAnon series that's telling everyone that there's a bunch of Hollywood pedophiles being funded by George Soros. Now, don't get me wrong, as I've stated before, I'm sure there are pedophiles in places of power. Look at Jeffrey Epstein and his clientele for evidence of that. But the QAnon stuff is just batshit bananas in the lengths that goes to try and act like this is some sort of Freemason conspiracy put on by the Clinton Foundation. So, let's close out the nonsense that is Fall of the Cabal with Part 10. Return of the King. Oh, God.
When everything we've seen in the previous episodes is presented to the public with undeniable evidence, people will be in shock.
If you have undeniable evidence, why didn't you show any of it? Because most of your evidence was, look, this famous person is in a picture with another famous person. That's not evidence. That's connecting dots where there are none.
The normal way to deal with shocking information is to first deny it and ridicule the messenger, then get scared, angry or depressed, and finally accept it as the new paradigm. This will take some time. I believe we're going to need a spokesperson to convey to the world what happened. Somebody who will be believed by everybody, Democrats and Republicans alike. That person cannot be Donald Trump. He will be hated by the Democrats, no matter how much peace he brings upon them. If I were to...
Still waiting for some of that peace. Maybe get some of that peace, Donald. That'd be great. I'm not kidding. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, they're going to claim that JFK Jr., who is dead, secretly faked his own death and is going to return and, like, claim that all this QAnon stuff is true. I'm not fucking kidding.
Choose, for the US at least, it would have to be JFK Jr., John, as his father used to call him. Loved and trusted by the entire nation, mourned by every American citizen.
This is the thing I don't get. Like, I don't know shit about JFK Jr. If JFK Jr. returned from the dead tomorrow and was like, all the QAnon bullshit is true, I'd be like, why the fuck should I listen to you? Who the fuck cares if you're JFK's kid?
Too bad he's no longer amongst us. Or is he? When I first heard about the possibility of him still being alive, I thought, oh God, not yet another conspiracy theory.
So he's been hiding since his death, and I think it said 99 was that paper. JFK Jr. JFK Jr. He died in 1999, July 16th. So he's been in hiding for 21 years in order to fulfill this QAnon conspiracy. I want you to take a second to think about how ridiculous that idea is. That 21 years ago, Donald Trump or someone came up to JFK Jr. and is like, JFK Jr., I have to tell you, you're the best, the biggest. So, anyway, Hollywood, they got a lot of pedophilia, the most pedophilia, let me tell ya. So we need you to go and pretend to die and hide for 21 years so we can get all the pedophiles. Stupid. It's incredibly stupid.
But when I did some more research, I started doubting.
Research?
This is an aerial photograph of JFK's memorial. That's right. It's a Q.
Oh, God. JFK Jr. Memorial. Let's see why QAnon is obsessed with JFK Jr. Do they have that picture on here? That would be helpful. Memorial grave. I don't know if it's the grave or the park. Here we go. Thank you, Jousterzen, for 5 bits. Looks like a Q. Must be a Q. Okay, it doesn't even look like a Q. Look at this. They're completely cutting off the part of the picture. Oh, you guys can see this, right? They're cutting off the part of the picture over here that also has an outlet. What kind of fucking Q looks like this? They literally intentionally edited this photograph to make it look different than it does. Come on, folks. Jesus Christ. Also, you're looking at it upside down. The grave and memorial thing is up here. This is at the top. My goodness, people. Ugh. People are so stupid.
Remember this code? It was engraved in the ship bell on JFK's boat. Where we go one, we go all.
Oh boy. Where we go one, we go all. Let's see if that's even true. JFK. Silvercast Freedom Bell, a symbol of American support for Berlin and German-American friendship. The bell is decorated in bas relief with 5 human torchbearers. This is at the JFK Presidential Library and Museum. Not sure what this has to do with. Let me see if I can find something about a boat. Boat? Dun 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 dun. JFK's sailboat.
Room. He made a simple.
Was just at the end.
In Latin, was given to him by his father when JFK, by 75-year-old man, was saving his life in overseas. The revarnishing.
Great shape and.
Where so much of his.
Incident.
I don't see anything about a bell.
Desperately short supply. Amusing. There was only one way. We'll do it together. I can't. My ship was not a man. Discovery. But we're need you. Squall. Based on a.
I don't see evidence of that. It could be the case, but even if it is the case, like, the fact that QAnon put that in the thing doesn't mean it's true, right? I don't know where this picture is from.
JFK was murdered because he wanted to expose and get rid of the Cabal. He intended to start with the CIA, just like Donald Trump. He too knew that the CIA had turned into an uncontrollable monster that no president or government could restrain, but he had no idea what he was up against. JFK was assassinated.
Hey, you're not gonna get me kissing the CIA's ass. The CIA is shitty. But it has nothing to do with a ring of pedophiles. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nobody will ever forget these pictures. John saluting at his father's
Bye, Manser. Thanks for subscribing.
Funeral. The entire nation mourned. Junior grew up to be a lawyer. He swore he would avenge his father and take his killers to court, even if he had to bring down the government, as he put it. He ran for the New York Senate seat in 1999, as did Hillary Clinton. John would have won by miles. He was born to be the next president of the US.
You have... Okay, let's see. I don't know. JFK Jr. versus Hillary. JFK Jr. was declared the front-runner for the New York State seat in '99. Days later, his plane crashed, making Hillary Clinton newly elected senator. False. Another Clinton body count hoax, this one starring JFK Jr., is wrong. A recent Facebook post revisits well-trodden conspiracy theories about the Clinton family and suggests former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's ambition knows no bounds. JFK Jr. was declared the front-runner of the New York Senate seat in '99, the November 5th post says. Days later, his plane crashed, making Hillary Clinton the newly elected senator. The post was flagged as part of Facebook's efforts to combat false news and misinformation on its news feed. Read more about our partnership with Facebook. It's been shared more than 2,000 times. An identical post from 2017 is nearing 30,000 shares. Here are the facts. On July 16th, 1999, JFK Jr., his wife and sister-in-law were killed in a plane crash. Thank you to... I am so... Nope. Thanks for following. Although I assume you're just a troll with the name. Anyway. Try something. You'll get banned. On July 16th, 1999, JFK Jr., his wife, and his sister-in-law were killed in a plane crash. Kennedy, then the founder of publisher George Magazine, was piloting the single-engine Piper Saratoga when it plunged in the Atlantic Ocean. Then President Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and Chelsea Clinton attended the memorial mass. You would ban me? Weak. Yeah, if you do something shitty. You haven't yet, though, although the name is pretty fucked up. National Transport Safety Board determined that the crash probably happened after Kennedy, who was inexperienced at flying his plane alone at night, became disoriented in the haze. Kennedy was not a candidate for any public office when he died. So it's an outright fucking lie. There we go. And here comes the ban. I do my best, you know? I just, good try. Not quite good enough, though. Try harder next time. But a few days after his death, the New York Times ran a story citing two anonymous friends who said they thought Kennedy would have run for office someday. Earlier this year, in one of the best-kept secrets in state politics, Kennedy considered seeking the seat of retired Senator Daniel Moynihan. The friend confirmed yesterday, the story says, through a private poll in '97 found JFK Jr. was the state's most popular Democrat by far. According to this poll, the idea became moot once First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton signaled her interest in running, but her two friends said they expected the son of the slain president eventually would have jumped into politics as a candidate. So he wasn't even running at the time. Total horseshit. Fabrication.
But it wasn't meant to be. On July 16, 1999, his plane crashed into the ocean. There were no survivors. All three on board, John, his wife Carolyn...
Anita Wu with 100 bits. I wonder if anyone else had have gotten the Senate seat other than Hillary. Would his death still be a conspiracy for his opposition's gain and ruthless determination? I don't know. If they could, I'm sure they would figure out some way to link it to the Clintons. It's so... I can't believe these people legitimately just fucking lie to people's face, and it works. This video has over 1.5 million views, and it has a vast majority upvotes. People are so stupid.
And her sister Lauren died upon impact. Their bodies were retrieved and cremated. The remains were kept in Tiffany blue boxes before they were scattered at sea. The entire nation was in shock. Donald J. Trump was in shock. He and John were close friends. When John died, Trump swore he would finish his mission.
You have any evidence of that? Anything? Or you're just claiming it because it fits the strange conspiracy narrative that you've constructed in order to make Trump, instead of looking like an idiot monster, make him look like some secret 5D chess-playing hero? Galaxy brain.
He promised he would take the murderers of JFK, Sr. and Jr. to court. He swore to drain the swamp. Could John Jr. still be alive? Is it possible that he staged his own death, knowing there was no way he would survive the wrath of the Cabal?
If he staged his death, and Donald Trump is in on this, why would Donald Trump swear to avenge him? You understand that these two parts of your story conflict with each other, right?
The only way to possibly fulfill the mission was to stay low. A master plan was developed, and in the course of 20 years, every single step was analyzed and executed. An entire team was put together with insiders at the top who were willing to give their lives for the cause.
All white guys, apparently, for some reason. There's actually, nope, there's one white woman right there.
The annihilation of the Cabal and the liberation of the people. They left hints and clues as to inform those who had already woken up.
Oh, there was one black guy too? Didn't
Trump
see him.
communicated directly with the people by means of his Twitter account, thus avoiding the corrupted mainstream media.
Fun fact, Coffeefee, remember that? That feels like 20 years ago. It was a secret code word to execute all the arrests. That's a joke, if they actually say that. I think I deserve some kudos if that's a thing.
Every speech and every tweet, he used codes for the QAnons to pick up on. He used spelling errors such as kafefe instead of coffee, referring to a new act about the saving of all social media posts by the president.
Hey, dummy! Coffeefee Act was named after the mistake, not the other way around, you dumb fucks. Jesus Christ. And you know, here's the thing. No one would even care. Everyone makes typos, although Coffeefee was a pretty bad one. No one would care if Donald Trump wasn't such a narcissist that tried to present himself as such this, like, I'm a galaxy brain, I know better than experts, I know everything, I'm the best. Like, that's why people make fun of it. And instead of just accepting that he made a typo, he's probably on the toilet tweeting, who cares? You're like, no, it must be a secret conspiracy. They named this act after the mistake as a joke. You can look that up. Jesus Christ. Anita Wu with 500 bits. Thank you very much. Coffeefee kudos bits. Fuck yeah.
President. The act was introduced 12 days after Trump's tweet.
Yes! As a joke! Because he deleted that tweet, so Congress people were like, hey, it should be illegal for the president to delete their own tweets because it could hide things that they've said. It needs to be saved, or if they do delete things, it needs to be archived. And they named it the Coffeefee Act as a joke because of the fact that he deleted that tweet. You're putting the cart before the horse. You're claiming that the thing that was a result of Coffeefee was actually the reason for Coffeefee. Ugh. These people are so dumb. I shouldn't say that. They're not dumb. They're malicious. The people who believe this are dumb. The people who made this video know it's bullshit, and they're intentionally lying to people.
Hamburgers instead of hamburgers, referring to people who are below the devil and who commit acts that even the devil would consider evil.
Or he misspelled hamburgers! What? What would that even mean? Let's see what it says.
He wrote,
great being with the national champion Clemson Tigers last night at the White House. Because of the shutdown, I served them massive amounts of fast food. I paid over 1,000 hamburgers, etc. So within the context of this tweet, it would mean that Donald Trump paid for over 1,000 awful pedophiles to serve to the people. Even within context of what you're showing, that interpretation makes no sense. My God, these people are nuts.
Hamburgers instead of hamburgers, referring to people who are below the devil and who commit acts that even the devil would consider evil.
I don't even know if that's true. Let's look it up. Birders. Ancestry.com. That's an urban dictionary. Let's see when this was added. Added November 8th, 2010. Okay, so that was actually added before. Interesting. Trump's tweet about hamburgers illustrates just how effortlessly he lies. I don't know about that. He does, but I don't know if that specifically does it. I don't think Donald Trump is up on his Urban Dictionary postings, just to be clear.
He wrote smoking gun instead of smoking gun, referring to the secret, perverted orgies of John Podesta and friends.
Smocking, body painting for sexual gratification. We gotta look this up. Smocking. Definition. Decoration on a garment created by gathering a section of material into tight pleats and holding them together with parallel stitches in an ornamental pattern. Smocking, let's see when this definition was added on Urban Dictionary, 2006. I'm gonna guess once again, Donald Trump not up on his Urban Dictionary. Jesus Christ.
Trump's clumsy behavior showed his victory over Cabal key players. Every move, every so-called error, every little detail was important.
Look, even politicians that I like or think are okay make mistakes. Why would you ever think that a politician who is a human being, even if you like them, is incapable of making a mistake? There are a lot of reasons to hate Donald Trump and think he's an idiot. Typos aren't necessarily that reason. It's fun to point at those and make fun of them because he likes to put on this, like, air of, like, I'm perfect all the time. So pointing out little mistakes like that are funny because it goes against the image he tries to project. But those are not the reasons Trump is an idiot, and those are not the reasons Trump is a fucking monster, right? So just, even if you like Donald Trump, which I would suggest if you do, maybe, you know, get out of this Q thing and, like, take a look at what he's actually done. But you should still be able to admit, okay, he's a human being. He makes typos sometimes, or whatever. You know, it's fine.
Everything was a communication with the people. Remember when Donald and Melania Trump were welcomed by the Obamas at the White House on day one of Trump's presidency? Remember the gift Melania gave to Michelle? The Tiffany blue box? What does that remind you of?
It's a box! Oh, God. JFK Jr. blue box. So they claim that JFK Jr.'s ashes were in some sort of blue box. Control F. Blue.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Dan Los, thank you for following. Welcome to the stream. So, the Kennedy burial overview, a private ceremony for C. This is from 1999. So let's see. God damn fucking. Can I delete element on this? If I what's the command for this? Can I delete this element? Yeah. I just want to read your fucking article, New York Times. Hold on, I'll log in. Give me a sec. Oh, just fucking continue without subscribing. Jesus Christ. So annoying. Maybe just let me read the... Oh, God. No, I don't want the ad. Jesus. That's an annoying sign up. Alright, back to the article. Sorry about that. This is an article from 1999 about the Kennedy funeral. Control F, blue. See blue pavilions, and that's the only mention of blue in this article. That's from 1999. Let's see. Burial, aftermath, shipyard, White House. I can't find anything about this idea that JFK and his wife's ashes were scattered out of blue boxes. It sounds to me like this is something that was completely made up by QAnons once again. What a shock.
Remember the Tiffany blue coat Melania was wearing? So many references to JFK, Senior and Junior. There's one more clue that John might indeed...
Wait, was that photoshopped? Let me see. If it's Photoshop, it's good. I can't tell. But blue boxes exist, so...
There's one more clue that John might indeed have staged his own death. In September 1995, he founded and edited a glossy politics lifestyle magazine called George. In this particular edition, the cover seems to be giving a lot of clues.
No? It's like a space lady, because the title is Survival Guide to the Future. Bill Gates talks about John Kennedy, Murdoch, money and world domination. It looks like there's a UFO, a lady in sort of a generic space sci-fi outfit. Looks like the surface of the moon, and there's Mount Rushmore on it. No, it can't be the surface of the moon, because you can see the moon. So I'm not sure where it's supposed to be, but, you know.
Survival Guide to the Future? Interesting. Bill Gates on world domination? Okay.
Yeah, I'd imagine the article is about how Bill Gates rose to prominence and made his fortune with Windows and Microsoft. Yep.
Hillary Clinton. Indictment Day. Will Hillary get busted?
Yeah, it was about her potentially getting indicted for something. I don't know specifically what it was at the time, but clearly, she's fine. Nothing happened to her.
Wow. The lady reappears in the editing room, in the background.
Yeah, because that's a spread from the magazine. That's probably in the interior, the article that's presented on the cover. So it's part of the magazine. It's on the wall of the magazine. Have you never seen an office of a magazine before? They'll show some spreads that they like, especially if it's like the art department and there are specific things they've done that they like. They'll put them up on the wall.
There she is. Platform 2020. That's the year of the next presidential election. And then...
What? Oh, God. It's because it's an article about the year 2020. It wouldn't... That's the date of the next presidential election. Well, why didn't it say Platform 2016? Because that's when Trump got elected. What? The trying to connect dots with these, like, red pieces of string is so fucking weak.
Then it reads, buckle your chin strap and hold on as George enters the time warp and re-emerges in the year 2020. Time warp? Is this John communicating that he will reappear in 2020?
No, it's an article about trying to look ahead and see what the political issues of 2020 are going to be. Let me see if I can find this article, actually, because it sounds interesting. What was the name of the magazine? George Magazine 2020. There's the cover. I'm looking for the interior of the article, though. Survival Guide to the Future. Survival Guide to the Future. I'm not sure if anyone has a scan of this, but I'll try and take a look real quick. I don't want some weirdo on YouTube reading it.
Hello.
Oh, God. There's an Amazon page. Come on, give me a scan. I need a scan of it. No QAnon crazy person has done a scan of it? Really? That scares me. I'm definitely not going to download either of those links. Sites. Nope. Not downloading shit from that. BitChute video. No. I just want to find a friggin' scan of a magazine from '99. Jesus. Wow, those are expensive. Can't find it. Anyway, it's just an article. You can tell from the cover and the beginning sentences. It's basically a look forward at what the political issues they thought in 1999 would be relevant in 2020. Magazines do this kind of shit all the time, at least those that still exist. I know, for instance, when I read magazines, even as a kid, there were sometimes, like, interest stories, like, what are these things gonna be in the future? Like, my school had this magazine that they didn't publish it, but it was like a magazine of political interest for like middle schoolers, basically. And there was an article I read once about like, what are the future political issues going to be for you in the future? And it was interesting. That kind of thing happens. It's speculation. It has nothing to do with hiding secret messages about pretending to die. It's about looking forward and trying to speculate on what the politics of the future will be. Someone maybe has it? Oh yeah, frick yeah. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Let's read it real quick. No politician ever lost a vote by invoking the future. You know our children deserve a better one, and Bill Clinton is building a bridge to a brighter one. It's the most overused word in the political lexicon, yet details are, as usual, sparse. What does the future hold? A new world of promise or apocalypse? We launched a discovery mission to find the next millennium, to find out what's on the other side. So buckle your chin strap and hold on as George enters the time warp and reemerges in the year 2020. So they're going to talk about what they think the year 2020 is going to be, which of course is this year. This is going to be interesting. Let's actually take a look at this article, because I think it'll be cool to see what people in '99 thought. Transportation, a nation's future foretold. Can I zoom in on this a little bit more? Not really. That's a shame. Based on today's development... Oh, God. Based on today's developments, the future of transportation looks a lot like... Wait, can I do it here? There we go. Better. Based on today's developments, the future of transportation looks a lot like the sci-fi world of Buck Rogers. In 1993, the government and the Big Three, Ford, Chrysler, and GM, formed the partnership for a new generation of vehicles to create an environmentally friendly family sedan that gets 80 miles to the gallon. Thank you to Time Monster 25 for following. Welcome to the stream. To create a new generation of vehicles, create an environmentally family-friendly sedan that gets 80 miles to the gallon. I know that's probably a link to Time Warp from Rocky Horror. I cannot click on it because that would be a DMCA. Prototypes are due out in 2004. In a world of locomotives, I think that's what it says, the Germans and the Japanese have been working on magnetic levitation for decades. Oh god, it's hard to read. For short, which propels trains above a rail of magnetic energy at 300 miles per hour, but 1 mile of track may cost up to $20 million, so the U.S. is settling for 18 new high-speed trains on the Boston to Washington route by 99, with a top speed of 150 miles per hour. Most vehicles of the future will be guided by the 19 billion global positioning system. Oh, that's actually a good guess, yeah. Which is already fully operational. The satellite-based navigation system allows travelers to determine their three-dimensional position anytime, anywhere, in any weather. Yeah. People use GPS all the time now, so that's a good prediction. Estimated price of a sky car. Oh, God. They're gonna fucking say there's flying cars in the future. Wrong. All the cars of the future will require special sensors if they have any hope of making it off the ramp onto the automated highway system. In this elaborate version of our cruise control, cars drive themselves on lanes equipped with sensors. It's a little bit like cars have lane assist and lane changing and stuff now, so that is a little true. Not quite level 5 self-driving, but it does exist to an extent. An aviation research and development company in Davis, California. Small flying commuter vehicle will be tested later this year. Didn't happen. Other identified flying object. NASA is currently testing at the high-speed civil transport a faster, bigger, more fuel-efficient can't read that. Due to early as 2010 at a speed of Mach 2.4. Can make the trip to Los Angeles to Tokyo in 4.5 hours. With new global transportation network, you'll be able to transfer easily from one mode of travel to another. Interesting. The environment, because China's prospering population will eat more meat, more of the Earth's open spaces will be covered in grazing terrain. With fewer forests to absorb the carbon dioxide exhaled by humans, weather will get weirder as higher temps make glaciers more violent. This is hard to read. There we go. That's a little bit better. Weather get weirder as higher temps melt glaciers and more violent storms wallop the coasts. Already, the new hot air is allowing tropical plants and insects to thrive in places they never did before. As humans adapt to these changes, scientists and politicians will turn to nature to take care of its own healing, letting some rivers run wild and forest fires burn to encourage regeneration. Instead of spraying pesticides, tomorrow's farmers and agriculturist execs will take up integrated pest management, releasing hordes of ladybugs, praying mantises. Well, not really. We do more like GMOs and stuff, which are good. Computers. Skips the computer page for some reason. Crime, disease, sex and drugs, warfare, food. You know, it's a generic article about what they thought the future would be in 1999, in 2020. Here's a link to that if anyone wants to check it out. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but pretty interesting, nonetheless. Has nothing to do with some conspiracy to fake JFK Jr.'s death, though. As if that needs to be said.
If John is alive, would he show himself to the public from time to time? Disguised, of course.
That would be a terrible call if that were the case. He's like, I'm gonna hide from this secret cabal of underground Freemason pedophiles, but I'm gonna come out sometimes. No, that makes no sense. That would be a terrible plan.
Yet clear enough for the anons to see. Meet Vincent Fusca. Presented to the public as a Trump enthusiast and volunteer at the Trump rallies. Now I know, he's not the spitting image of John Jr.
Yeah, he doesn't look like him at all.
Different nose, different mouth, not quite as handsome. But hey, if they can make Eddie Murphy look like this, everything is possible, right?
What? You think that this random guy is JFK Jr. because you can do prosthetics? What?
Bear that in mind. Vincent Fusca does not seem to have a past. No old pictures, no family tree, nothing. He suddenly appeared.
Okay, a lot of people might not necessarily have a huge log of things on the internet. That doesn't mean he's JFK Jr.
His name means Conqueror of the Dark. He often wears a fedora hat, very similar to JFK Sr.
Tons of people. For one thing, this photo happens to look photoshopped. I want to point that out. I don't know if it is or not, but it looks weird. A lot of people in the 40s and 50s wore fedoras. It was common. That was not a JFK thing.
And this I find interesting.
And that's a Trilby hat, not a fedora, so they're not even the same kind of hat.
His nose.
I would also think JFK Jr. would be able to afford a better hat than that. It looks cheap. Sham Rockstar, thanks for the 100 bits.
Changes. Sometimes it's bigger than John's, sometimes it's not. Now I can understand why John would change his appearance slightly from time to time, as to give hints
Cupcake Chaos, thanks for gifting a sub.
to the QAnons. But why would a Trump fan do such a thing? Then there's the mystery lady in the audience, always close to Fusca.
There's nothing funny about the
Ma-
tools of capitalism.
Anita Wu, my conspiracy. That's funny. Okay.
Doesn't that big
Conspiracy,
smile look
like
familiar?
Milady. What?
What about
They just both look like generic women? Their ear shape isn't even the same?
Lauren, Carolyn's sister? The two were very close. Maybe Carolyn didn't want to disappear without her? Maybe she was informed on the plan? And maybe she decided to join them and stay low as well? Could this be Carolyn? Presented as Fusca's colleague at the rallies?
Why would these people be in public if they were supposed to be hiding from an all-powerful cabal of Freemason cannibals? Like, wouldn't that be the stupidest thing you could do?
When Q was asked, is JFK Jr. alive? The answer was no. But when Senior dies, Junior no longer is Junior.
So even QAnon was like, no, that's stupid, you idiot. Which is from the guy who's like, by the way, there's a secret cabal of pedophiles who eat children and steal their adrenochrome for recreational use. But JFK Jr. being alive, that's stupid. And you're like, but wait a minute, he was JFK Jr. JFK Sr.'s dead, so he's not Junior anymore. What? When your father dies, if you're a junior, you're still a junior. Your junior doesn't go away because Senior's dead.
The question should have been, is JFK alive?
This is the fucking worst.
Where does all of this leave us? With the perfect spokesman when he is needed. And that may be sooner than you think. As soon as the...
That wouldn't even work. I don't think 80% of people outside of boomers know or care who JFK Jr. is. They could surmise by the name he's the son of JFK. But, like, I've never heard of JFK Jr. as an adult. Ever, other than this. I've never heard a single person talk about him. I've never heard him mentioned on the news. I've never heard anyone comment on him. No one under the age of 50 cares who JFK Jr. is.
FISA documents are released, the sealed indictments are unsealed, and the arrests are made. That's when I expect him to step forward. The world is in the middle of the greatest transition ever.
Has anything Q claimed actually bore out? No. In fact, much of it has actually turned out to be completely false. In 2017, he claimed Hillary Clinton was currently in custody. Of course, she's not. She's still out there doing events and speaking stuff. So, like, there have literally been events that he said were going to happen that have not, and every time people make excuses for it. It's ridiculous how invested these people are in making up reasons that this completely debunked conspiracy theory are somehow still true. It's ridiculous.
An entire era of suppression of the masses is about to end.
Dim302, thanks for going through this trash for us. It makes actually having to live and work with people who believe this stuff a little more tolerable. Thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Oh, are we doing a hype train? Fuck yeah! Hype train. We're at 44% of level 1.
It will have on the world. Think about it. World peace to start off with. That's literally what Trump said to a reporter who asked if he'd be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. The prize will be world peace.
That might have been Trump just free word associating with what was just said to him.
There's nothing funny about the tools
Can
of
you-
capitalism.
Nick Snort with 100 bits. Thank you very
Can you
much.
imagine a world without war? I don't think we can. We've been led to believe that war is normal, that it's part of being human. Well, it's not.
Look, if there were a secret underground cabal that was like doing pedophile stuff, oh, thank you, Anita Wu, for gifting 5 subs. I really appreciate that. Level 1 complete. That would be great if they were all caught or whatever, if we could somehow stop every pedophile in the world. That would be awesome. But, here's the thing. It wouldn't bring world peace. Wars are not caused by pedophiles being pedophiles. They're caused by people disagreeing with each other to the extent that they commit violence on one another. And unfortunately, that's very common. Level 2 hype train complete already. Thank you, Shiggity Schwa, for 100 bits. And Jouster Zen for 100 bits. Old enough to know more better with 100 bits. Run the pedos down with the train. Mock Turtleneck with 100 bits. Thank you. Where did that... Hold on.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Ugh. Shiny vest.
There's nothing funny
Hammer.
about the tools of capitalism.
4 minutes until level 3 is complete. Or, you know, runs out.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism. There's nothing funny about
Thank you, Enlid with 200 bits, and Teedwin with a bit. Thank you. Bymancer with 100 bits. We're at 52%. Thank you.
There's nothing funny about the tools
Bellstar with 200 bits. So good news, I'll pay my student loans off Thursday when I get paid, so in the meantime, here's some wealth. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that your student loans are paid off. That's cool. Anita Wu, thanks for gifting Fine War subs. Runefar, thank you for gifting 3 Tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. What level are we on? Level 3 complete. Oof.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
4 years and 45,000 later. Yeah, I bet. That's nuts. What level's complete now? Level 4 complete. Wow.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism. There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Ugh. Tentacle Alien Man, thank you for your 100 bits. Isn't the QAnon or some other conspiracy theorist that just won the GOP primary? Probably. That wouldn't surprise me. Anita Wu with 1,000 bits. Thrash Mio with 2 Tier 1 sub gifts. Thank you. And Mock Turtleneck with 5 Tier 1 sub gifts. This hype train has reached level 5. That's amazing. Thank you all so much for supporting the show.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Gotta get this to work, dang it.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
There we go.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I am now protected from the psycho waves. Thank you all very much. We've reached level 5. But 3 minutes left in the hype train.
There's nothing funny
Let's
about the
continue.
tools of capitalism.
Suppression isn't normal.
What happened to the
Poverty
wings?
isn't
They're down
normal.
here, but I can't do
There's
them without
enough
help.
food to feed the entire world. The problem is uneven distribution of means, money,
Quest friendly,
and
thanks for
food.
the 200 bits.
Taxes aren't normal. They're not even legal.
Okay, first of all, taxes are normal. They've been a thing for pretty much every civilization in human history has had taxes. And they are absolutely legal, because whoever's in charge gets to make the laws, and that would be the federal government. Welcome to society. We live in a society. Anita Wu, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub. That's awesome. Thank you.
Trump has already stated he will get rid of the Fed and several taxes, including income tax. As we've
Again, you're claiming they've jumped the gun and decided that QAnon is John. It's not just a theory. They think that they've cracked the code, and this is most definitely JFK Jr. Like, what?
seen in part 2, they are illegal, unconstitutional.
Nope.
Can you imagine how much money can be saved that way? Can you even begin to imagine what even distribution will look like?
This is a right-wing conspiracy, but it's diving into, like, full communism. They're like, yes, we need equal distribution of the income. Like, friendo, that's... Well, welcome, comrade. This isn't a right-wing conspiracy, though. What are you talking about? The Constitution literally says the feds have the right to tax. What is she talking about? Yeah, I don't know. They're crazy.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Then there's the impact all of this is going to have on our use of energy resources. I'm sure you've heard of Nikola Tesla, the famous inventor of many beautiful things in the area of electricity, magnetism,
Dragon Mike,
and physics in
1973.
general.
Thank
An
you
absolute brilliant
for
mind who wanted to share his
gifting a sub.
invention of free energy with the world.
Okay, Tesla was, like, wrong about some of the stuff that he believed in, though. Like, he invented a lot of cool shit, and he developed, like, alternating current, which is the kind of current that our modern, like, you know, electrical grid uses, and it's great. But, like, he also believed in a lot of woo-woo bullshit. So, like, let's not pretend that Nikola Tesla was always right just because he was, like, a cooler guy than Edison. Just because Edison's a dick doesn't mean Tesla is right about everything he ever said. Did they just right-wing themselves into socialism? Somehow, they horseshoe theoried themselves. Wow, thanks everyone for what a great hype train. That's amazing. 24 subs and 2,500 bits. Awesome. Thanks. That's really, I mean, this is how the channel gets supported. It's how the videos get made. And I appreciate it so much. Thank you, everyone.
This was a thorn in the side of the Cabal, who made billions of profit with oil, coal, and other fossil fuels. Tesla was arrested. His work was stolen. All his inventions were seized by the American government.
I don't know if that's true.
Trump, Donald's uncle, was a brilliant physicist, electrical engineer, and inventor. During World War II, he joined the National Defense Research Committee. In 1943, he reviewed and analyzed the Tesla papers right after Tesla died.
Let me see. Donald Trump, uncle physicist. John Trump. John George Trump was an American electrical engineer, inventor, and physicist, a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Oh, he was a professor at MIT, so he probably was smart. He was a recipient of the National Medal of Science and a member of the National Academy of Engineering. John Trump was noted for developing rotational radiation therapy. Wow, Donald Trump really missed out on the smart genes in his family, didn't he? What a bummer.
That's right. Tesla's inventions on clean and free energy, on anti-gravity, and on much more that has been kept hidden from the public because there was no money in it, fell into the hands of Donald Trump's uncle.
Well, the Trumps are dicks then, right? So they had the secret to free energy, and instead they decided to become disgusting landlords who discriminated against people of color. Like, that's like the anti, like, Tony Stark arc, right? That's crazy.
We loved and greatly admired. Guess how that fits in Q's plan to save the world. Oh, and there's one more thing. Take a look at this picture. Doesn't John Trump remind you of someone? Somebody...
Mock Turtleneck with 100 bits. Oh, no, that was our... Oh, yeah. You and Jake should read Mary J. Trump's new book on the channel. Maybe. Or I'll do it on stream sometime. I heard it's pretty good. She's like a psychologist, and she talks about how Trump is a narcissist.
Very important in the truth movement? Julian Assange. Could he be Donald Trump's son? Donald Trump's cousin? Let's put it this way. Nothing surprises me anymore. And
Jesus Christ.
Sense.
This is like literally the scene in A Beautiful Mind where they go into the office and there's just like string from magazine article to magazine article and they realize he's like mentally ill and needs help.
And bearing in mind all the magnificent inventions of both Nikola Tesla and John Trump, I wouldn't be surprised either if they had invented a time machine.
What now?
I wouldn't be surprised either if they had invented a time machine.
Look, okay, look. I love time travel fiction. It's my favorite genre of sci-fi. Time machines, however, are fucking impossible. You cannot... My D&D character, who's the profile picture for this channel, if you ever wonder what's up with the, you know, elf woman with the goggles, it's my D&D character, invented a time machine. I love the concept of time travel. Time travel is not possible. You can, like, by traveling very fast in space, change the... How do I put this? You can dilate time relative to other things. Like, if you're moving very, very fast. Like, for instance, the people on the ISS are actually aging slightly... Is it faster? Because time's moving a little bit faster for them, right? It's minuscule. It's absolutely minuscule. But we see this, too, in satellites. Satellites, they need to constantly adjust and have programs in order to adjust for the fact that they're moving much faster than other things. Slower? Right. You're right. But either way, that's still not time travel. It's just having you move through time at different rates. You cannot go back in time. This is the worst sci-fi fucking novel I've ever read. JFK Jr. faked his death and traveled to the future to make Donald Trump president. It's the most ridiculous thing.
After all, if you can bend space, which was definitely within the reach of Tesla...
No, it wasn't. He never did that. No. What? Oh, what?
Then you can change time. If quantum physics is correct, if you can really jump from one timeline to another parallel one, you can time travel, change certain things and go back without people noticing a thing. Unless you leave clues behind, like a magazine that seems totally out of place.
It's not out of place. We read the article. It's just a normal magazine article about, like, here's what the future's gonna be like. It's fine. What? Didn't Tesla think general relativity was bullshit? It was one of them. I don't know if it was special relativity or general relativity, but I know he had writings about Einstein where he thought he was wrong. Of course, Tesla was wrong there. Again, Tesla could be wrong, like anyone. Mock Turtleneck with 100 bits. And I thought the Cristiano Brothers time travel movie was bad. True. Yeah, it's a UFO. Because it's a sci-fi cover. It's not hidden, it's part of it.
Like Q predictions of specific outcomes that could impossibly have been foretold, not even with the use of quantum probability theory. Is that how Q works? With direct knowledge of the future through various timelines, probability waves?
Stop trying to Star Trek technobabble your way into a coherent conspiracy theory. What? This is, I didn't know this was gonna get into time travel, guys. I did not know.
Is that why Trump is still alive? And even missile attacks have been countered?
No one has tried to missile attack Donald Trump. What are you talking about?
Is this how Q manages to predict exact poll numbers and events to the minute and second precise, as encoded in the Q drops and the Q clock? Is this how the mysterious author Ingersoll Lockwood was...
Enlid with 100 bits. Time travel theories are always funny. Same with that John Teeter thing from a few years ago. Oh, a few years ago? That was 2 decades ago, was John Teeter. I remember that.
Able to write a book in 1889 and another one 4 years later about young Baron Trump and his adventures through a space-time portal?
It's a coincidence? It's a coincidence. He just has the name Baron Trump.
Guided by a man called Don, the master of all masters? All current topics are in the books. Dirty politics.
Is time travel on the bingo sheet? Not that I'm aware of. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Where did it go? Shoot.
An unexpected candidate, a man called Pence, Russia.
It's not even spelled the same.
Even
Baron.
The exact location of the Trump Tower. 1889? The mysterious author also wrote a book about the last president. Furthermore, his name appears on...
Wait, are you implying that Donald Trump is about to become the dictator of the planet, and that's a good thing? Noodles Lolcat with a bingo. Nice. Let's see, what do we got? Wait, where's the bingo? That's a, I don't see a bingo.
There's nothing funny about the
Thrash Mio, thank you for continuing your subscription. I get it now. All their proper predictions exist in another timeline. Oh, diagonal? Sorry, I'm dumb. Oh, there we go. Spurious symbology as evidence, yeah. My research said not by a researcher, yep. Free space, Illuminati, Freemasons, yeah. Misattribution of coincidence, yeah. Congrats on the bingo. Let me see where you are and who you are. Sorry, I didn't notice your name when I did that. Where did it go? Okay. Noodles Lolcat. You already have a sub, so I'll write your name down. And when your sub's up, let me know. And I will get you a new one. Wow, that's the second time you've won, too. Congrats. So that's the winner of bingo today, Noodles Lolcat. They were the quickest, even though it looks like Murdoch is God was like close. It looks like you also got it, but Noodles Lolcat got to the bingo first, and that's how it works. So very close, but Noodles Lolcat wins it. So congrats. Yeah, and you can keep playing for fun. Yeah, this stream has bingo. We do Tinfoil Tuesday Conspiracy Bingo. Let me get you a link if you'd like. Just for fun. The first person to win gets a sub to the channel. Copy link address.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Thank you, MILFsat Taco Bell for continuing your subscription. Oh, gifting a sub, rather. Oh, yay. Hey, Murdoch is God. Look at that. You got a sub anyway. There's the bingo, if you'd like to play it. I looked at the wrong bingo sheet. Hold on. That's not, this one's mine. That's not the one I used. Noodles Lolcat. Hold on, let me look at his. Noodles Lolcat. Oh, I did. Satanic ritual child abuse. Word salad. Free space, someone forgets correlate. Yeah, still wins. So sorry I looked at the wrong one. Still a winner, though. My apologies. Yeah. He still did get it first. Sorry about that, though. I did look at the wrong one initially.
Watch. The Ingersoll Trump pocket watch. The same sort of watch used by the White Rabbit in Alice of Wonderland.
Okay.
A tale often referred to by Q.
I mean, it's just a pocket watch. I don't think Alice in Wonderland says a brand of pocket watch. What?
Time travel?
Let's see. Yet another reference to time travel can be found in Star Trek, where Q appears as an extra-dimensional being of a being of unknown origin who possesses immeasurable power over time, space, the laws of physics, and reality itself, being capable of altering it to his whim. Q is a teacher, the entire human race. His manners are often crude and disruptive. His motives are evasive. Okay, but Q isn't a time traveler. Q exists in all periods of time at once. They're extra-dimensional beings. Jesus Christ. Don't bring Star Trek into your right-wing psycho-conspiracy. I'm so crinkly. Q is also an extra-dimensional race in Star Trek. Finally, Q refused to the Q Continuum, an alternate dimension accessible only to the Q race and their invited guests. The true nature of the realm is said to be beyond the comprehension of lesser beings, such as humans. Therefore, it is shown to humans only in ways they can understand, like a rundown gas station in the middle of nowhere. That's true in terms of Star Trek lore, but it has nothing to do with this insane conspiracy. People are crazy. God, only 2 minutes left in this fucking shit.
The world as we know it is about to end. What is awaiting us is a new era of peace, liberty, equality, and harmony. The dawn of the golden age as described in each and every source text. I have grown to
what do you mean by source text?
Fully trust Don, master of all masters.
Oh, gross. Can we not call anyone who's a political leader master of all masters? Gross.
He may seem rude, clumsy, and silly from time to time, but he has earned my trust in the past 2.5 years when I suspiciously followed his every move.
Why? What has he done to garner any trust? He comes off like a bumbling idiot. He's a fucking narcissist. What?
He is a genius, a feisty chess player, a man with a huge heart.
No, none of that's true. Anita Wu with 10 bits. Vomit emote 1. Yeah, that'd be a good one too.
There will be a...
I don't even think Trump knows how to play checkers, much less 5D chess.
Relatively short bridge period between the two in which people can adjust to the new paradigm and its energies. I don't think there will be much chaos. Everything is ready to be implemented. A new banking system without interest? New ways to educate our children?
Okay, if you want, like, loans that are interest-free, and you want education for your children, you need to vote for leftist candidates. That's what you need to do. Not vote for billionaires like Donald Trump who don't give a fuck about anyone who's below the millionaire line.
A new medical system without poisonous, addictive chemicals, and so on and so forth. All we have to do is be patient. Watch everything unfold. Trust the...
PK The Lost says, Q from Star Trek has so powerfully made himself a character in My Little Pony. He is so above this shit. Wait, is that actual My Little Pony canon? That the character John Delancey plays in that is also Q? Do they reference that? That'd be hilarious. I've never seen My Little Pony. It's not my thing, but...
The plan. Do whatever...
Wait, like for real? They mentioned not canon? Okay. That would have been hilarious if they had an offhanded line where it's like Q's on vacation and he decides to go to My Little Pony universe.
we can to help others wake up and remain focused and ready. Ready to assist. Ready to help create a beautiful new world. Some people will wake up faster than others. Remain calm and in service to all. Or as Q once put it so beautifully, as long as you sleep, we will fight for you.
Oh my god.
Where we go one, we go all.
How about we don't take 4chan seriously? That'd be great. 4chan is a hive of scum and villainy, and frankly, anyone who uses it consistently to look for actual valid opinions has lost all hope. This documentary is dedicated to Q and all the QAnons across the world who are currently giving their lives for a free world. Yeah, I'd like to see the greasy QAnon incels in their basement giving their lives for the cause. I have chosen to share this documentary for free in order to reach and wake up as many people as possible. If you would like to support my work, there's a donation button on my website. Okay. You know what? I don't normally do this, but everyone in chat, if you'd like, report this fucking video. This is such shit. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. Let's see. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. God, I'm such a bad speller. We have to build a memorial to the brave Qs. Found the My Little Pony comic. Okay, I'll take a look. Because I like Q. Separate the two pieces of the ship. This one seems familiar. Okay, funny. Fun. Okay, what do we got next? Let's look at this Vigilant Mario guy. He does, I guess, religious conspiracy theories or something? Christian Bale thanks Satan at the Golden Globes. Yeah, he's making a joke. He made a joke because it's about Dick Cheney, the movie that he won the thing for. He's calling Dick Cheney Satan, or relating him to Satan. What else? What happened to the Vigilant Christian channel? Satan is banned worship singing at my church. That doesn't sound like a Satan thing. That sounds like a your church thing. Oh, boy. Let's see what this is.
Hey.
Gary 82. Was this guy... Did this guy used to be the Vigilant Christian?
Hey family, it's Brother Mario, and I really didn't want to have to make this video, but enough is enough. Gary...
I think the Dick Cheney movie was called Vice with Christian Bale.
A YouTuber here that we're going to examine in a moment.
Do I do BitChute? I do not have a BitChute channel. That's like a super right-wing website. And do I look at videos from there? If I vet them off-screen first, because BitChute has laxer content policies and I don't want to end up, you know, messing with Twitch TOS.
Over 25 videos supposedly exposing me for being an actor, scam artist, wolf in sheep's clothing. What I wanted to do today is...
I want a video where he's talking about something crazy. Satan is banned worship singing at my church.
Hey Faith family, it's Brother Mario. I pray you're having a wonderful day. I wanted to go ahead and create a video here to start a discussion with you about what is currently taking place in many churches. Last Sunday when I went to church, we weren't allowed to actually sing worship. Worship is banned. And I wanted to discuss that in today's video, and also how the online church isn't going to be able to replace the local church. That's right, and how it's going to spiritually hurt the body of Christ.
Thank you for
So
following.
if you're interested,
Welcome
let's
to the
go ahead and
stream.
get right into it. Now, I don't know where you're located, but I'm in the capital of Canada, Ottawa, and the health board has basically put out a decree that we are not allowed in enclosed areas to sing. And consequently,
You're not allowed in indoor areas for any purpose. They're not targeting you specifically because you're religious. It's in order to try and help people flatten the curve for coronavirus because it is a deadly pandemic that has killed... This is I don't know what Canada's numbers. Let's look at the U.S. numbers. U.S. COVID death. What are we up to today? We are up to over 150,000 dead people, and it's going up. So, it seems to me that you're not being targeted for wanting to go out and sing. However, you're not allowed to gather in large groups because it can help spread the virus, which can kill not only you, but vulnerable people everywhere who have compromised immune systems, who are elderly, whatever.
that means that local churches here in Canada, well, we're not allowed to sing worship. The worship singer went in front of the group. He was able to sing, but we were instructed not to. I want to show you that there's an exact biblical example of someone who disobeyed in a godly way an order very similar to this.
If you violate this order, you will go to jail or get a ticket, and you will deserve it.
What is praise and worship? It's essentially prayer. What we are doing is we are expressing in singing form our prayers to the Lord. And so let's go ahead and look at a biblical example. All right, so the biblical example that I'm referencing is in fact Daniel, and it's found in the book of Daniel chapter 6, and we're going to be starting in verse 6. Then these high officials and satraps came by agreement to the king and said to him, O King Darius, live forever. All the high officials of the kingdom, the prefects and the satraps, the counselors and the governors agreed that the king should establish an ordinance and enforce an injunction that whosoever makes petition to any god or man for 30 days except to you, O king, he shall be cast into the den of lions.
Okay, so misleading. This is not the same situation. So Daniel in the Lion's Den is the story that he is reading from. I've read it before, I believe, on the Bible Reloaded show we do over at Hannah and Jake on YouTube, where we do a non-religious reading of the Bible. And it's an interesting story, people will remember, because, of course, Daniel decides not to follow this rule, prays to the Lord, gets thrown in a lion's den, and then they come back 3 days later, and he has not been eaten by the lions. He's been protected by the power of God. The ruling here was specifically a law infringing on the right of Daniel to practice his religion, right? That's wrong. I'm not religious, but I recognize human beings everywhere have the right to believe what they want to believe, and if they believe in a particular religion, they have the right to practice it. However, if there are extenuating circumstances, for instance, a global pandemic, and everyone is disallowed from gathering in large spaces, then it's not targeting you and your religious faith. It's targeting the fact that you happen to want to exercise that faith by meeting with a bunch of people, which is dangerous during, once again, a global pandemic. As long as this ruling is applied evenly, it's not an infringement upon your religious liberties. It just isn't. You can do online services if that's something you still want to do. That's fantastic. I'd imagine you could also do small gatherings with social distancing. But no, it has nothing to do with your rights being taken away, as is the case with Daniel in that particular biblical story.
Now, O king, establish the injunction and sign the document, so that it cannot be changed, according to the law of the Medes and the Persians, and which cannot be revoked. Therefore, King Darius signed the document and injunction. When Daniel knew that the document had been signed, he went to his house, where he had windows in his upper chamber, open towards Jerusalem. He got down on his knees 3 times a day and prayed and gave...
The funny thing is, and the Bible does, it has quite a few areas that are sort of contradictory. Of course, they're, the sections of the Bible, the different books are written from completely different sources. However, it's funny in this story that it's righteous that Daniel is praying in front of a window for the world to see. But later on, like in the New Testament, Jesus explicitly says, or was it Jesus? I don't remember if it was Jesus or someone else, but basically the Bible says, hey, don't practice your religion in public. You're just being a show-off. Your religion is private. If you're really doing it for the right reasons, you shouldn't have to show it to people. So, it is funny. It was Jesus. Good. I'm glad I wasn't wrong on that count. So, interesting that there's different standards depending on which part of the Bible you're in.
Gave thanks for his God, and he has done so previously. Then these men came by agreement and found Daniel making petition and plea before his God. Then they came near and said before the king concerning the injunction, O king, did you not sign an injunction that anyone who makes petition to any god or man within 30 days except to you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions? The king answered and said, These things stand fast according to the law of Medes and Persians, which cannot be revoked. And as many of you know, what happened to him? He ended up in the den of lions. That, in fact, is one of my favorite biblical stories. If you don't know about Daniel in the lion's den, I encourage you to continue reading. But what I wanted to highlight is that Daniel,
I like the one where Jesus whips the money changers. That one's always good.
Ahead and took a
Take that, you fucking commerce-driven pigs.
Stand when the law of the land, notice the governors, the officials, everyone, the health officials of that day said, no, you cannot worship.
Dim 302, this is what happens when people take you too serious. And then there's a link. Let me click on that. A Massachusetts QAnon follower was arrested after live streaming himself leading police on a multi-town car chase with his 5 children in the vehicle before allegedly ramming a cruiser and crashing into a tree in Northampton. One of the Facebook videos posted by Alpolis Slyman, 29, shows him pleading with Donald Trump and QAnon to help him during the car chase. Donald Trump, I need a miracle or something. QAnon, help me. Let me take a look. This is why, by the way, I wouldn't normally, tell people, go and, report this video or whatever, but when we did the reporting the QAnon video earlier, I hope some of you did that. If not, I understand. But, this shit's dangerous. This drives people who are already vulnerable and kind of, prone to believing fantastic theories, It can drive them off the edge.
Where you want me to go? The cops are after me. Don't you understand? I'm trying to protect you.
Yeah, this is the second person we've seen pray to Trump on this show.
Of course I'm sure. If the cops are really in on it, then there's nothing that's gonna stop them.
Like, clearly this guy has some sort of paranoid disorder. Whether that's, paranoid schizophrenia or something else. I don't know. Not a psychologist. However, whatever the reason, it's clear that he's being fed something that's perfectly suited to his paranoid delusions through these QAnon videos, and it gives these people sort of a collective delusion that reinforces itself as they kind of bounce it back and forth off of each other, and it creates bad situations for them.
Donald Trump, I need a miracle or something. Somebody, QAnon and help me.
Ain't gonna help you.
QAnon and help me.
I bet Hillary's gonna help you.
Hillary's not gonna help me. Yeah, right. Hillary's demonic.
See, I got the cops on you.
I know about Hillary cutting open the 10-year-old. Hanamuma Abedin.
Jesus.
Yeah, where you want.
It's a shame. It really is.
In prayer to your God. And what did he do? Did he obey that? No, he didn't. Because any law that goes against our ability to fellowship together, to come together, to pray, to worship, and honor the Lord is a law that we are rightfully able to disobey.
No, it's not. Not legally and not religiously. Do you think that Jesus, of all people, Jesus of Nazareth, someone who cared about the population, unless they were slaves, someone who wanted to heal the sick and spread his message of love and tolerance and understanding to others, would want you to go to church and endanger others just for some sort of vapid self-aggrandizement from going to church? Jesus said, do not worship in public, because it's basically just trying to show people how holy you are. You're not supposed to show others how holy you are. You're supposed to show God. And you do that by praying privately, whatever. And hey, going to church is a great thing if that's something that you believe in. That's fine. I don't care. But if you're doing it during a global pandemic, especially when a lot of churchgoers are older people who are going to be vulnerable and have a risk of dying from this more so than your average younger person out on the street, then you're a selfish person who cares more about being seen worshiping publicly than the health and safety of those around you and within your religious community. It's selfish, it's immoral. Jesus would never promote something like that, at least not the Jesus as portrayed in the Bible.
You see, this is the difficult thing, because the Bible does say that according to the book of Romans, as much as possible, we are to obey the government. But when those laws imposed on us prevent us from worship, prayer, and coming together, we're not to listen to them.
Specifically if they are arbitrary. If people are banning your religious practice because of what it is, because it's a religious practice that they don't agree with, I would agree with you. And again, I'm non-religious, but if people were to say tomorrow ban, I don't know, Christianity, or whatever it happens to be, fuck it, I'll be out marching with the Christians and saying, no, you can't do this. You cannot infringe on people's right to practice the religion they believe. But that's not what's happening. You, along with everyone else, are being told, hey, it's time to stay inside because there's a global pandemic on. You're not being discriminated against. You want a special exemption from the rules because of your religion, and you don't get that. No, you don't. Yeah, someone did get bingo. Yes, Altered Rin.
I don't know if you know what's going on in China right now, but Christians are being approached to renounce their faith in Jesus Christ. And if they don't...
You're not in China. And again, I disagree with what the Chinese government has done, both with their Christian population and their Muslim population. That shit's wrong. It's an affront to human rights to try and tell people what they can or can't believe in regard to their religious beliefs. It's fucked up. That's not the situation you're in. No one is targeting you. No one is telling you to renounce your religious beliefs. They're not even telling you not to practice them. They're just saying you cannot gather in large groups because you will spread a disease. And the fact that you are so self-interested, the fact that you are so self-aggrandizing and self-victimizing that you believe you being told not to gather at church because of a virus is akin to people in China being put in concentration camps is disgusting. I feel like Luigi here is looking at you in fucking disgust. As he should.
Don't do so, the communist government is going to cut them off of their benefits. Go ahead and check it out. And brothers and sisters, let's pray for the church down there. But the church in China has been for a long time under persecution. And there's been laws and decrees that they are not allowed to assemble, so they've had to go underground. Have they obeyed those laws? You know, you would think, well, Romans says that we're to obey. Not if it stops us from assembling together for worship and prayer and the studying of God's word. This is when we draw the line as Christians. This is when we do not bow to Nebuchadnezzar. And that's what this is all about. I know many of you are going to be confused.
It's not. It's not. Your story wasn't even about necessarily not being allowed to congregate. You just can't sing. Because you know what singing does? It involves a lot of the stuff in your respiratory system. You're inhaling and exhaling air a ton. You're basically shouting melodically into the room with a group of other people with your mouth open. It's a good way to spread disease to one another.
Confused and say, you know, Mario, this is for our health. If you haven't seen my video where I talked about this new normal being in fact an agenda, there's something bigger going on. The video I made is called The New Normal is in fact the New World Order. And it's something I've been warning about for a long time. This, yes, it's real. Yes, there is a threat, but the threat is being greatly exaggerated for the purpose of using the exaggerated threat for political gain and to impose control on us. This has a much larger agenda than what you're made to believe. And if you think it's about health, let me just challenge you for a second. You really think the health officials care about your health?
Yes, it's their job!
And this isn't really about control like I'm telling you it is? Well,
yes, correct.
Well, if they truly cared about our health, they would be hammering out the reality that, hey, you want to prevent this? Boost up your immune system. Eat healthy.
That shit's not gonna help you beat a fucking virus, you idiot. What? Oh, I'll take some vitamin C. That'll help me. No! No!
Exercise. Those are the best ways to prevent the virus from...
No, they are not. The best way is to try and not be near other people, especially not near other people breathing into each other's mouths via song.
You, and also, if you have it, that's going to ensure that you overcome it. Do you hear the health officials talking about that at all? Ever? No. Barely.
Because you're not gonna immune system yourself into beating a virus that your body's never had contact with before. That's not how anything works.
I haven't heard them here in Canada. So don't tell me this is truly about health. First of all, in Canada, they said, well, cloth masks don't actually protect. They're kind of useless. But then they turn around and say, well, now we're imposing masks everywhere and everyone's got to use them.
Because as it turns out, they do help. I wish they would have worded things differently, but both there and in the States, there was basically a move to try and get people to not use masks at first, specifically because they were afraid hospital employees were going to run out because there was a shortage. So they decided to say, oh, don't use masks. They don't help. They don't necessarily protect you from getting the virus, although it does help, but it helps protect others because it's not getting your breath, the things that are coming out of your mouth as you talk, from spreading out into other things. Jesus Christ.
You just said it doesn't work, but you want us to have them on anyway. Doesn't work, but make sure you have them on or you can't even function in society today. Is it really about health? Come on. There's one extreme that says the entire thing is a hoax. That's not true. This is a real virus. But the other part of this is that it's being exaggerated. It's being inflated for the purpose of control.
You have absolutely no evidence for that.
So now I wanted to move into how I also believe that this is a spiritual attack against the church. The local church right now is dying, and they're moving us to an online platform. I want to share with you why I believe this is a spiritual attack, and it's going to hurt your walk with God. The online church can and never will truly replace in-person fellowship.
And no one's asking you to. They're asking you to take measures during this pandemic until such a time as we can produce a vaccine and get it out to people. That's all that's being asked. If these people were alive during the plague, I swear to God, they'd be licking the streets. Like, what is wrong with these people?
God designed us to assemble physically together. The best way that I can show you that this is a deception and it's going to spiritually hurt the body of Christ is by drawing the parallel and using the example of an online relationship versus a real life relationship. The online relationship, for the sake of this example, is the online church. And a real relationship in person is a real relationship, okay? The local fellowship. For those of you who've ever experienced an online relationship, you see how it is artificial. You must at some point meet that person. And oftentimes when you meet the person in real life, you recognize that that was not conveyed through the online format, that you really don't know this person till you physically meet that person.
Okay, I'm sorry you can't meet someone in person right now. You're not, it's fine. You'll get back to normal eventually, but you shouldn't risk you and other people's lives in the process because you're too much of a wimp to stay inside for like a year. Jesus Christ.
I know it's very convenient for many of you to just log onto your computer and watch as a spectator. The church was never meant to be a spectator sport. You're supposed to be in there active, being discipled, being under spiritual authority and accountability. There's an order.
And you think the Holy Spirit can't use the internet? They're part of God. They're all powerful. I think they can figure out Google Chrome.
To God's church. God imposes leaders, spiritual leaders. The Bible says that there are people that God will assign to watch over your soul. And they will have to give an account about how they shepherded you in the local church. It's not possible online. So there's no real fellowship. Online fellowship is not, again, it's like online dating. It's not the legit thing.
Jesus.
And there's no spiritual discipline. There's
a lot of people meet their significant others online. Jesus.
It's destroying the church. And I believe that a lot of Christians who may be a little weaker in their faith and, I don't know, for whatever reason, will really like the online aspect. And
fuck you! Just because some people don't necessarily want to be extroverts and go to church in person doesn't mean you get to judge them for that. Jesus specifically says, don't be showy in your religious practices. So if someone's more comfortable going to church online, why would you care? Why would you judge another Christian for that? Ugh.
They're going to argue that no, we are assembling, it's okay, there's no difference. No, this is a spiritual attack against the body of Christ. Make no mistake of it without a shadow of a doubt. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers. We are witnessing an attack that is going to devastate the body of Christ. The online church cannot replace the local church. It can't. I have received so much from the local church. That's where I get my discipleship. That's where I'm accountable to the leadership there. That's where if things I'm doing are out of line, I know that I have brothers in the Lord and leaders that are going to stand beside me and lovingly correct me. I need that fellowship. And we're supposed to unite because iron sharpens iron, and so does one person sharpen another. And there's something about getting to know your brothers and sisters in real life, like actually know beyond the internet, that just, as I keep stating here, cannot be replaced. So there you have it, everyone. I wanted to take a moment here, ultimately just to share my concerns. You know, does this mean that I'm leaving my local church because these things are there? No, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to keep attending, okay? And those of you who are conflicted, listen, your pastor has never, and throughout history dealt with this. I don't think this has ever happened, right? Or I know it has never happened.
There have been pandemics in the past, and a lot more people died because we didn't have the ability that we do now in order to A, have efficient medical care, and B, be able to communicate to the populace, hey, stay inside, wear a mask.
So have grace, compassion, and understanding for the leadership at your church and the decisions that they make. I had to wear a mask. That's okay. Okay, I'm not going to, because I need to be in the local church. That's one thing. But I sang worship to myself. I did. I'm not going to, doesn't even make sense. They kept everyone 2 feet away or whatever, 6 feet away from each other. There was no one around me, even if I was spitting all over the place through my worship. There was no one even in the vicinity that was going to get hit by that.
Okay, when you speak, and especially if you do something like sing, little particulates of stuff from your mouth can spray incredibly far, even if you don't see it. My goodness.
And so I sang. And that's one I'm not going to listen to. Just like Daniel. You're not going to stop me from worshiping my God. Never. I don't care what law. I'm not going to bow to Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh my god, then you're gonna die of a virus, you moron. Here is my YouTube channel in the chat, by the way. This is where I post all my streams and my highlights from streams, if you don't want to watch full streams. So check that out. I think we'll do, like, one more video. What should we do? Mandela effect. Lunar whatever. Let's maybe do a moon landing conspiracy.
Chapter 1, Apollo 11. An overview of the official version. Lights, camera, action! Between 1968 and 1972, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, launched 11 manned missions on the Saturn 1B and Saturn V rocket to low Earth orbit. 9 of these manned missions went beyond low Earth orbit using the Saturn V rocket, and 6 landed on the lunar surface, Apollo 11 being the first mission to do so. The Saturn V was a 3-stage rocket that stood 363 feet tall on the launch pad. Each stage of the rocket had a specific function. The first stage was filled with kerosene and liquid oxygen and had 7,653,845...
Mock Turtleneck with 100 bits. I wish I had an online church when I was younger because I wouldn't be stuck all day because Black Church likes to keep people hostage from 8 a.m. till 3 in the afternoon. Oh gosh. That sounds awful. I didn't go to church a ton as a kid, but I never really liked it.
5 pounds of thrust and was used to...
I can't even imagine being there that long. That's nuts.
...launch the Saturn V rocket to an altitude of 36.7 miles. The second stage was filled with liquid hydrogen and liquid...
Anita Wu with 100 bits. Some final bits before I bail for a writing lecture with a local gay icon, Ben Law. Enjoy the moon landing. Thanks, Anita Wu. Thanks for coming to the stream.
Oxygen and had 1,120,216 to 1,157,707 pounds of thrust. After the separation of the first stage, the second stage was used to boost the Apollo spacecraft to an altitude of 101.4 miles. The third stage was filled with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen and had 178,000...
These are all just interesting rocketry facts.
161 to 203,779 pounds of thrust. After the separation of the second stage, the third stage was used to insert the Apollo spacecraft into a circular Earth parking orbit. The lunar module LM was stored in the spacecraft lunar module adapter SLA located on the top of the third stage, the SIVB. Above the SIVB was the Command and Service Module CSM. The Launch Escape System LES was fixed to a Boost Protective Cover BPC. The BPC covered the Command Module CM to protect it from heat friction with air during the first 3 minutes of the launch and from the solid fuel rocket motors of the LES. In case of an emergency, the LES was used to pull the CM away from the Saturn V to safety for an emergency splashdown. A more in-depth look at the testing and performance aspects of the Saturn V will be discussed in Chapter 2. The Apollo 11 astronauts. Apollo 11 was NASA's fifth manned mission in the Apollo program and the third manned mission which left LEO on its mission to the Moon. It was also the first mission to land a crew on the lunar surface. The crew included Commander Neil Armstrong, Command Pilot Michael Collins, and Lunar Module Pilot Edward Buzz E. Aldrin. For each of the Apollo missions, there was always a backup crew. For Apollo 11, the backup crew consisted of Commander James A. Lovell, Command Module Pilot William A. Anders, and Lunar Module Pilot Fred W. Hayes. Neil Armstrong started flying at the age of 14, paying about $10 for each lesson, which lasted about 1.5 hours. This today amounts to approximately $10 or more.
I am doing moon landing conspiracies.
For every 5 minutes. He got his pilot's license at 16. In 1947, he was accepted for a naval scholarship and went to Purdue University in Indiana. After 18 months, the Navy sent him to Pensacola in
I'm going to try and skip ahead to the conspiracy stuff because, well, this is interesting. This is Tinfoil Tuesday, not Accurate Information Tuesday.
Florida for flight training. West Germany to fly the F-100s with Edwards Air Force Base. After docking procedures, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Although there is now some dispute as to what he actually said. However, for the purposes of this chapter, Armstrong's quote is close enough. Armstrong and Aldrin would spend a total of 22 hours on the lunar surface with approximately 10,000-pound thrust engine. The ascent stage had its own service module and began its launch the first woman to low Earth orbit, launch a multi-person crew of 3 to low Earth orbit, have an astronaut leave a space capsule while in low Earth orbit, land a probe on the moon's surface and transmit from there, rendezvous and dock an unmanned spacecraft in low Earth orbit, send small animals to the moon and back, apparently unharmed, and rendezvous and dock between 2 manned spacecraft in low Earth orbit for an exchange of crews. As is apparent, the Soviets were well ahead in the space race with their numerous accomplishments. In fact, for 30 years, from 1957 to 1987, they were first in just about everything when it came to their space program. Everything, that is, except having accomplished the first manned landing on the moon. Today, as of 2018, theirs is the only country in the world with a working manned spacecraft capable of launching astronauts to low Earth orbit to exchange crews with the International Space Station, the ISS. These Soviet firsts prompted the American government to come up with an ambitious plan for gaining superiority over the Soviet space program. This, of course, led to President John F. Kennedy's speech to Congress in 1961 proposing to send a manned mission to the moon and return the astronauts safely to Earth before the end of that decade. So, the American government had to achieve this monumental goal in just 8 years with technology that didn't exist at the time. Also, given the political climate during the Cold War, superiority was the goal, which meant that hubris, not a genuine drive for scientific inquiry, drove both the American and Soviet space program policies.
At the political level, yes, but the scientists were definitely in it for the pursuit of their craft. It was definitely, for the people who actually worked on the projects, an exciting time for them because the government happened to be, for political reasons, have their interests aligned with science. It's always fun when that happens.
The first man to reach space was the Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin with Vostok 1, which launched on April 12, 1961. Gagarin subsequently became the first man to orbit the Earth in 108 minutes, during which he reached an orbital altitude of 203 miles. The first American to reach space was Alan Shepard with the Mercury mission launched on May 5, 1961. Shepard's mission was a 15-minute suborbital flight reaching a height of 116 miles. Evidently, the American space program had a lot of catching up to do. After Alan Shepard's mission, John Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth, with the second Mercury missions launched February 20, 1962, almost a year after Yuri Gagarin's historic orbital mission. Glenn stayed in low Earth orbit for almost 5 hours. NASA continued with its manned Mercury space program until 1963. It was almost 2 years before the first manned launch of its second space program with the Gemini missions, which ended in 1966. The purpose of these manned missions was to learn and perfect techniques in preparation for the Apollo moon missions. Further, as the technology evolved with these missions, so did spacecraft capacity, where the Mercury missions was a one-man crew, Gemini missions a two-man crew, and Apollo missions a three-man crew. It became obvious in the Mercury and Gemini missions that automation was a necessary component in any manned mission in low Earth orbit or beyond. Astronauts quickly realized
we gotta get
that
to the unhinged crazy
man
stuff.
on the moon by the end of the 1960s. This required new and innovative technologies to design and manufacture a heavy-lift rocket, which ultimately became known as the Saturn V. This new 1981, 20 years and his group were absorbed into the newly formed space agency, NASA. Werner von Braun and his alleged war crimes. 2 years before World War II,
here we go with Werner von Braun and him being a fucking Nazi. Hey, I'm not gonna defend Operation Paperclip. That shit's fucked. But it has nothing to do with whether or not the moon landing happened.
Germany had moved their rocket technology to Peenemünde, a rocket base located on the island of Usedom on the Peene River off the Baltic coast. However, after World War II began, Allied forces launched air raids on Peenemünde, as
Maybe
a result
it's a
of which
prequel.
on behalf of von Braun, saying he tried to better working conditions for Earth orbit to circumnavigate the moon and to land on the lunar surface. Leading up to and including Apollo 11, there were 30 missions in the Apollo program. Of these 30 missions, 21 missions involved a variation of media. In the first episode of 2009 documentary series, NASA, Triumph and Tragedy, Jim McDivitt said that NASA had no idea how a 100% oxygenated atmosphere would influence burning. Similar remarks by
Part 2 might start with the crazy stuff. If it doesn't, we'll move on.
Apollos 2 and 3. After the Apollo 1 tragedy, Apollo 2 was assigned to a previous mission, AS-202, and Apollo 3 was assigned to AS-203. Therefore, the very existence of Apollos 2 and 3 is up for discussion. Apollo 4. This was the 23rd mission, and of this mission was 11 hours. Apollo 6.
This is like the most fucking boring moon landing conspiracy videos I've ever seen. Here, okay. Here we have a video from that one dude who's awful, Owen Benjamin. He got banned off YouTube, I think, at some point, but people re-upload his stuff.
There's 9 planets, right? According to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
There are, I don't know when this was originally uploaded, this is a highlight, but there are 8 planets. Pluto is now a dwarf planet.
Rapist. They're all spinning in the same direction. You know the odds of that? 2 to the 9th power. 1 in 512.
Let's see. Orbits of the planets. Do. How about this? Why do the planets all revolve the same direction? I don't even know if that's actually the case. The entire well, here we go. Why does Venus revolve in opposite direction around the sun, different from other planets? Actually, Venus and all the planets revolve about the sun in the same direction. Most of the planets also spin about their axes in the same direction. This consistency came about because the entire solar system was formed billions of years ago in a giant cloud of dust. The dust cloud was initially spinning slightly, so when the gravity pulled the dust together to form planets, they were all spinning in the same way about their axes, as well as revolving the same way about the sun. So there you go. The exceptions to the spin rule are Uranus and Venus. We believe that they were initially also spinning the same direction, but then huge asteroids hit them many years ago and changed their spin. So that would be why. The way that he was coming up with the odds of that there is he literally took the planets and assumed that there was a 50% chance they'd spin clockwise and 50 that they'd go counterclockwise, and just applied that multiplier by 9 for each planet that he thinks there are, even though there are only 8. But we can include Pluto in this because he's including it. It's a dwarf planet, and it is, in fact, going around the sun in the same direction. But as we know, it wasn't just random chance. It had to do with the physics involved of the planets forming out of the dust that was floating through space that came together to form the planets.
That's very rare. And by the way, do not, during this conversation, do not say it was God's will. Because if you use God...
It wasn't. It was, again, physical law.
God, you have to read the Bible. And the Bible does not depict the Earth as a spinning ball in a sea of nothing at all.
The Bible depicts a lot of things that aren't necessarily literally true. You could be a Christian and still believe in the morals of the Bible without necessarily thinking it's entirely scientifically accurate. Because, yeah, the Bible in Genesis describes the world as flat. It talks about the firmament, which is what flat earthers talk about all the time. And that was a, worldview for a while, but it's not the case.
So you can't have it both ways, guys. You can't have a firmament, four corners, God sits up and looks at us like grasshoppers. You can't have that and a spinning ball and nothing. Okay, listen, just please listen, because it's impossible. All right, next up on the solar system model, it's on a flat plane. Not just is the solar system a flat plane, the entire Milky Way galaxy is a flat plane.
What do you mean by flat? Because it's a disk, I suppose, but that has to do with, again, it's because of the physical laws, it's spinning around a central point. But, like, it's pretty thick. Like, how thick is the galaxy? The Milky Way is the second largest galaxy in the local group after the Andromeda Galaxy, which, with its stellar disk approximately 170 to 200,000 light years in diameter on average, 1,000 light years thick. So it's thick. The galaxy we live in is quite thick. Thick galaxy.
Want to talk about flat Earth? Oh, flat earthers. You're saying that after a Big Bang, even with the law of thermodynamics called entropy, which we'll get to in a second, somehow our galaxy ended up being a perfectly flat plane where all the planets spin in the same direction. The odds of that are...
For one thing, I don't think it is a flat plane. Like, hold on. You can see a GIF of what it looks like going through space. Solar system moving through space. It's often depicted as a completely flat plane because of simplicity, just to show you it. But, like, it's not quite. Things move around, you know? We're moving through space over time. So, it's not exactly flat. Right? It looks more like that. Okay? We just depict it as such in images because it's a simple way of showing it. The different planets and their, like, relative positions.
Less than winning the Mega Lotto every single day for thousands of years. Understand that. Now look at the moon. The moon is a perfect circle. The odds that happened after...
It's not a perfect circle. For instance, for one thing, it's not a circle at all. It's a sphere. Although, looking at it, it looks like a circle because if you look at any face of a sphere, it looks like a circle. But it does have craters and stuff all over it. It's not exactly perfect. I don't know if it has a equator bulging like the Earth does, but it's certainly not a perfect sphere.
Big Bang and just chaos of atoms and particles and dust and rocks colliding is zero.
No, because gravity pulls things together, and when you have things with gravity in a vacuum, they're going to come together and form a sphere. That's just like, again, physical law.
The odds are literally zero. There's no force, there's no wind, there's no erosion, there's no water, there's no force acting upon that moon that would make it a perfect sphere.
Gravity. Gravity is the force that you're describing.
Next up, why are the craters all perfect spheres? The way asteroids hit, side angle, we've never witnessed an asteroid, okay? The odds that the spin of the...
Craters on the moon are not perfect spheres. From far away, they might look quite circular, but again, if you have anything hit the ground, the impact... Let's see. Non-spherical craters on the moon. That one's a sphere, this one's oblong, this one is a little bit of a sphere, but I'd say it's like not quite circular. Let's see, we have, again, sort of oblong, weirdly shaped, but this is due to the fact that, once again, asteroids and meteors that cause the craters on the moon, well, not perfect spheres, are going to often be rounded shapes. Because that's what happens when you have stuff floating through space. When it comes together to form, it creates spheres. Because it's always being pulled towards the center of gravity, which is going to be the center of mass for the sphere. So as it builds up, it's going to build up more or less equally on all sides. That's why things in space are rounded like that.
The moon is exactly the same speed as it rotates around the Earth, again, are zero. If it was 1/4 of 1 mile per hour different, it would slowly turn.
Okay, but that's because of tidal locking. Tidal locking, it's called. Basically, gravity has... let's look up tidal locking. Tidal locking. Tidal locking is the phenomenon by which a body has the same rotational period as its orbital period around a partner. So the moon is tidally locked to the Earth because it rotates in exactly the same time as it takes to orbit the Earth. That is why we only see one side of the moon. The effect arises between two bodies when their gravitational interaction slows a body's rotation until it becomes tidally locked. Over millions of years, the interaction forces change to their orbits and rotation rates as a result of energy exchange and heat dissipation. When one of the bodies reaches a state where there is no longer any net change in its rotational rate over the course of a complete orbit, it is said to be tidally locked. The object tends to stay in this state when leaving. It would require adding energy back into the system. The object's orbit may migrate over time so as to undo the tidal lock, for example, if a giant planet perturbs the object. And many other moons in the solar system are also tidally locked to their planets. This is not unique to the Earth's moon, Luna. It is, again, a result of planetary physics, of how motion happens in space.
The fact it doesn't, and there is zero physics explanations with the model of gravity as we know it.
It would have taken 5 seconds to Google tidal locking. I just did it. There's a whole Wikipedia page on it.
To explain why the moon, why its axis rotation is exactly matching it rotate around us so that we only see one side.
About the tools of capitalism.
Light being shined upon...
Mock Turtleneck with 100 bits. Did you see the quartering deleted his Twitter? Fantastic. Good.
The sphere does not make the luminescence the same all the way across. You can do a test with a tennis ball and a flashlight. It's impossible. It can't happen. It only happens on two-dimensional objects.
Wait, what did he say?
It's impossible all the way across. You can do a test with a tennis ball and a
It isn't the same all the way across. We covered that the other day on a video.
flashlight. It's impossible. It can't happen. It only happens on two-dimensional objects. Seeing as you've only seen one side of the moon because of its miraculous rotation and its perfect circle, and the fact that the luminescence is the same across the whole thing, implies, I'm not stating this, it implies it's a two-dimensional object.
No, it does not.
A lot more than it's a spinning sphere out of the chaos of the Big Bang.
You can see video of the dark side of the moon from the various trips that have been taken to it. But of course, you're going to say those things are fake. But, you know, to a rational person who understands that Occam's razor sort of dictates that the most reasonable explanation is we actually went to the moon. Because if we didn't, we would have had to fake it in such a way that our global rivals, the Soviet Union, never figured it out.
Okay?
Silly.
The size and weight of the moon, according to science.
Yeah, this guy is dumb. Not only that, he's actually a Nazi, too. He's a white supremacist. Fun fact.
It's impossible for it to be rotating around our Earth. The way the moon was created, according to mainstream science, is that an object the size of Mars hit our Earth and created the moon.
Let's see. How was the moon formed? Let's see how big the thing that hit the Earth was. The moon formed during a collision between the Earth and another small planet about the size of Mars. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's see a depiction of it. Ooh. Fun. That would be cool to see from space.
That's nonsense. We would have rings like Saturn. Where's all the dust? Where's all the debris? Where's everything? That all just disappeared?
Gravity pulled it together into the moon. That's how the moon formed. That's how the moon formed, friendo.
That makes no sense at all. Next up, the sun is 400 times bigger and miraculously 400 times farther away than the moon. And like two machine-cut quarters, they line up perfectly to make an eclipse.
Yeah, just about. It's pretty fantastic.
The odds of that are 1 in trillions times 1 in trillions times 1 in trillions.
Where are you getting that math? Genuinely. You have absolutely no math to show on that front. Is it unlikely? Yeah. But unlikely things do sometimes happen. Like, just a neat thing.
It's not possible. That the perfect circles in this world, which can't happen on the moon given the existing model, line up perfectly with something 400 times larger from a third factor, which is your fixed position on an Earth, that they claim is spinning 1,000 miles an hour. Okay, the shadow of the eclipse is 70 miles wide. There is no way to make a shadow smaller than the object.
Oh god, here we go. Shadow smaller than object. This is just objectively false. I've seen videos on this.
Basically, I have two nails here that are the same diameter, and I'm going to leave one of them, this one, static, and I'm going to move the other one closer to the light source, and we're going to check what happens. And as you can see, the shadows are both really dark right now, and if I move this one closer to the light source, what happens is that the overall shadow gets larger, but the really dark bit, the umbra, is getting smaller. And that's why during a solar eclipse, the shadow cast by the moon is smaller than the moon. And in fact, if I move it even closer to the light source, what happens is that I don't really have a dark spot anymore. The shadow just becomes all blurry, really large, but all blurry. And that's why if Mercury or Venus moves in front of the sun, we don't really have an eclipse going on. It might get a tiny bit darker, but we don't have an eclipse. So let me just move it closer now.
There you go. Yes, it can.
Of course, there are people that say umbra because, like goats, they've been trained to say that, but they cannot recreate an umbra on Earth.
We literally just saw a video of someone doing it, like very clearly, with household objects that you could do yourself.
They only believe it because they've been indoctrinated to believe it since the time of their birth by people who want to remove their connection to God. Okay, next up, evolution. So we have something called the Big Bang.
What does this have to do with the moon? Oh no, it says moon hoax and evolution. Okay, we can cover this.
Which is the ultimate chaotic event. What banged? Who banged it? Why did it bang? How did everything come from a fixed point? Don't even try and tackle that because it makes zero sense.
Just because it doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean no one understands it. We have a lot to learn still about the origins of our universe, but something being unexplained doesn't make it inexplicable.
But here's something that you can easily think of, and it disproves everything about mainstream science. The law of entropy is that matter and energy naturally go from order to chaos.
In closed systems. The Earth is not a closed system. The Earth is receiving energy from the sun.
If you break a glass, even after 1 billion years, the broken shards will not reform into the glass because objects have a tendency.
Are glasses self-replicating animals? Are they single-celled organisms that can replicate based on natural selection, receiving energy from the sun, allowing them to grow, change, mutate, reproduce, and create better versions of themselves? No. Then it's not an applicable metaphor.
Tendency towards entropy, towards dissolving, towards breaking apart. Whether it's empires or a broken glass, the longer you wait, the more the broken shards become sand. They get ground down, they will never go the other direction. So how do we have a human eyeball from a Big Bang?
Because in the system that we are in, the Earth, it's receiving energy from the sun. And with that energy input, we have what is essentially a little pocket of order in an empty universe, right? But entropy still applies. Someday, the sun will die, the Earth will stop receiving energy, and the universe will continue on unabated. Just because there are small pockets, the context being like something like a planet like Earth and a sun giving it energy, can create systems via natural selection that allow for what seem to be complex organisms, doesn't mean that entropy no longer applies. We still age and die. The sun is also aging and will one day die, one way or another. At some point, the heat death of the universe will happen. It just so happens that we are lucky enough to be the ones that are here. And again, I know lucky's kind of a rough thing to say here. I'm basically being a puddle, being glad that I'm in, a hole that fits me perfectly. But you know what I mean. We happen to be in a place that allows us to get energy from the sun without it killing us entirely. Most of the time, skin cancer is a thing. And we've been able to develop consciences and thoughts and feelings, and those are all wonderful things, but it has nothing to do with entropy.
The Big Bang happens, and it creates a never-ending waterfall, cascade, domino effect of atoms smashing against each other in an empty darkness for eternity. So given the law of entropy, that things go from order to chaos,
in a closed system, the Earth is not a closed system.
How on earth do we have the structure of a human eyeball?
The sun giving energy to life on this planet that then reproduces and uses the process of natural selection to select out those to breed that are most fit for their environments.
In which we can see light and then recreate the light in our minds as images that represent our physical reality. It contradicts to a point of laughable mockery.
No, you just don't understand the processes that you're discussing. Knowing the word for something doesn't mean you understand it.
Okay, now understand that if anyone says, well, sexual selection, Big Bear, you know, over long periods of time, I used to believe this stuff too. I believed all of it. I loved astronomy. I minored in evolution in college.
I don't think you can minor or major in just evolution. If you're talking about specifically evolutionary biology, it seems like that would be a thing you would specialize in after getting your general biology degree. I don't know, though.
I loved thinking about how the environment would interact with a human being, increase their odds of procreation or decrease their odds of procreation, and certain genes would pass.
Like, you could get a PhD in biology and specialize in evolutionary biology, but your degree would not say, here's your degree in evolution. So he's talking out of his butt. He's just lying here.
Nonsense. You're telling me that that force that created the human eyeball, which is unbelievably complicated, that through a long process of light hitting cells and then becoming rods and cones, if that's from sexual selection...
Hushed Bunny Von Octopi, thanks for following.
Why does our skin burn in the sun?
Because the sun is radiation.
Why do I need an umbrella right now so that my skin doesn't become red and cancerous?
Because you are descended from a group of people further away from the equator. They experienced less sun during the day. Therefore, the melanin levels in their skin reduced over time, because that's how evolution works. So, you, living in an area with more sun or whatever, unfortunately, suffer as a consequence.
Well, Big Bear, it's because you're from the north. Why don't I have hair on my body? Why would I die outside in 30-degree weather without a structure around me?
Because human beings learned tool usage, we became Homo sapiens, and over time, after we replaced some of the physical need for things like fur, this happened earlier in earlier hominids too, but I'm specifically talking just about Homo sapiens, we started using our ingenuity that was also developed via evolution to invent things like clothing, to take the furs of other animals, and when it was no longer necessary to have fur all over our body, it evolved away, because evolution will always trend towards streamlining energy usage. If it's superfluous for your body to be covered in a thick layer of fur, eventually, evolution will do away with that. Most likely. But even so, you do have hair on your body. You can still see it. It's not completely gone.
If my people came from Northern Europe, which they did for so long, how come I didn't evolve to not die in the snow and then die in the sun?
Because people wear clothes.
If sexual selection actually had an impact on us, like they say it did, if we can evolve to have the complexity of a human eyeball out of a big bang, even though that goes against entropy.
Noodles Lolcat says, your reason for sphere craters is wrong. Craters are usually spherical because of pressure. When an object, sorry, the chat's moving. When an object hits another object, pressure is created. This pressure punches everything away from it. If the rock is the same density everywhere throughout the crater, it will create a relatively spherical crater. Science, when done correctly, is far cooler than religion. Oh, interesting. Cool. Thanks for the correction.
Why on earth have we evolved to not have skin that's resistant to the one constant in our life at all times, which is the sun and then the winter?
Because evolution isn't some process that literally thinks to itself at all, much less going, the sun is dangerous, we must create armor for these human beings. It would be nice if that happened, but there wasn't a mutation that made you immune to the sun or cold. That would be incredibly difficult. Who knows, if human beings somehow live another, 20 million years, maybe that will happen. I doubt it. But
it doesn't make any sense, right? So what is the point of all of this? Is this supposed to give you despair and fear? No. It's removing it. We were created. That glass that was broken was a glass because someone made it. So someone made us to have eyes to see, ears to hear, a mouth to taste, hands to touch, a woman to love, a child to hold, right? That is love. And so what's the purpose of life? Serving that which gave us all of it.
Gross.
God. And they want you to think that we are on a spinning ball in an infinite black, and every atom that just smashes together randomly eventually became your parents who randomly fucked and are now silently watching NCIS in some long, weird, passive-aggressive game.
I think you just revealed a little too much about your family there. Look, if the randomness of the universe makes you feel uncomfortable, I'm sorry. There might be ways to cope with that, but reality is what it is. Like, you don't get to retreat into some fantasy world because the real world is scary. I personally think the reality of where we live is neat, but if that's scary to you, I'm sorry. Reality is what it is.
And you're just here to randomly smash your genitals against someone. No fucking way, guys. That's despair. That's the world where you need medication to get out of bed. That's the world where you can be easily tricked because you have nothing to be grateful for or nothing.
You might need some medication. That would be good.
Nothing to live for. When you know that your eyes of your children were created, that means whoever created it loves you. So serve that who loves you, which is your creator. There is no way that moon just got this. The story is an endless serpent distracting you from God's love and making you sad and full of despair.
You can recognize the reality of the world existing as a result of physical laws and the fact that we evolved and still believe in God. I don't, but there are plenty of Christians all around the world who also understand the reality of evolution and the reality of how our planet came to be. You don't need to be a creationist to be a Christian, or at least not a young Earth creationist.
You're made in love. Your soul matters. Your choices matter. God loves you. Why would God give you eyes that can see your wife holding a baby?
Why did God not give me eyes that can see the vast majority of the electromagnetic spectrum? Why did he only give me eyes that can see this much, the visible spectrum? Why did God not give me laser eyes? Actually, question, why did God allow us to get skin cancer and not protect us from the rays of the sun? Because all these things could be explained via evolution, you know? Evolution is a process that over long periods of time will trend towards things that are better for the survivability of a species or for its propagation, but it's not this perfect process that knows what it's doing and has some inner mind that's creating things intentionally. However, if there were a God, him not doing these things would raise questions, because he's supposed to be perfect and supposed to love you and care about you. But apparently, God has a huge boner for the sunscreen industry. It just seems odd. Thank you to Feminist Critique Pod for 25 bits, who said, "Before I became an atheist, I used the theory of evolution as a means to justify the creation story because of how well it fits if you look at the metaphorical sense." Sure.
That came out of chaos? No. Why would God make all these unbelievable nonsense things that everyone tries to explain away? None of the scientists have any cohesion whatsoever.
What?
You know, they just changed the time frame of the Big Bang by 1 billion years. And
okay, science is a process of refinement? Like, everything is a tentative answer in science? It's fine.
No one batted an eye because
I don't know anything about that. Let's see. Big Bang time frame news. Big Bang time frame change. 13.7 billion years ago. That still says 13.7. I don't see anything about it changing. Did he read one article that implied there might be readings that say it's older, and he decided that it meant that the consensus had changed?
Because they are not walking with God. Have gratitude. When you have gratitude towards your creator, and it's so simple. Just be thankful every day. Be thankful that this was created, that this isn't random results of genital smashing. And then when you're thankful, when you say, thank you, God, God says, no problem.
Even if God existed, you would still be the result of your parents smashing genitals randomly. Like, what?
God is everything, guys. This is created. The purpose of your life is to have gratitude and purpose and serve God. That which made you. That science didn't give you eyes.
Natural selection did.
Random fucking over 1 billion years didn't give you ears.
It did, actually. That is, like, literally, yeah, basically, yeah.
God did. And that's logic.
No, that's religious dogma.
Do you think logic and math explains how our fucking solar system and galaxy is a straight, flat plane?
Yes.
And even though we have the law of entropy, for some reason, the most complicated physical things that we can't imagine just came out of fucking? You're out of your mind.
The Bible kind of starts with, like, Adam and Eve smashing. They smash, and then they have Cain and Abel. And then Cain smashes Abel's head. That's not a genital thing, though. And then the other ones smash, and they make a bunch of people. So, MMO addicted with 100 bits. Science fixed your eyes from -14 dioptries to a 6 cylinders of astigmatism to nearly perfect vision.
That is the illogic. Logic comes from a word, guys. Logos, logic. It's the same word, the word. God, form, natural law. It's all the same thing.
No. Again, what is with these conspiracy people and trying to use word etymology as some sort of gotcha? Words change over time. Their meanings change. Just because you can go back and try and find, like, a meaning of a word and then use that, which is the word, and then say that the word, even though it didn't mean this to the classical Greeks who coined the term, you know, logos, to say that it means, like, the word of God. It's ridiculous.
You know what is real and what is not real. And when you know truth will set you free, work will set you free. Labor, truth, love, family, soil, that's what's real.
Ooh, soil. Bringing a little bit of his Nazi shit into this.
And you won't fall for these tricks.
Blood and soil is a Nazi thing, if anyone doesn't know.
What about eternal hellfire? Is that love? Hell is not walking with God. Hell is not being with God. And if that's hellfire, that's what it is. But I see people in hell every day of my life. Every day of my life, I see people in hell because they aren't with God. Life is a scary, random, lustful, envious, rage-driven mess. And they can't make heads or tails of it. They have no purpose. They're chasing an imaginary square backed by no value. They have no love. They're in their basement. And they see someone like me and they don't understand me. And they hate me. They think I'm crazy. They're...
In fairness, they're not wrong.
Fucking ghouls, guys. They're currently in hell. And until they take salvation, until they admit salvation, until they admit they are blessed, guys, it's not subservience. It's not doing like admitting that you were made in love and that you should honor your father is not slavery. Hell is slavery.
Okay, I wouldn't normally on this stream go into this, but, like, this guy's great, not me. Okay. So within the context of Christianity, God creates hell. God creates Satan. God allows people into a garden with the serpent, who isn't necessarily said to be Satan, but Christians say that the serpent is Satan, so let's go with that. God knows what's going to happen. God knows human beings are going to sin, because he's omnipotent and omniscient. So he knows everything and has all the power to change anything he wants. So he puts a world with sin into motion, and then demands subservience from the beings he created. And if they don't obey him, he will punish them for eternity in a hell that he created. That to me sounds like slavery, with extra steps, right? Just saying.
These people who can't speak my name anymore, they're fucking serfs. They're serfs on this planet. You can give them as many shiny toys as you want, as many Netflix specials and bling bling and Ranger panties. Guys, they're fucking serfs.
Lance?
And people like me are a reminder of their cowardice, and they hate me for it. I see it every fucking day. And so that's why we have 5,000 people here right now listening, because this is more true than anything they see on the media, because the media is designed to distract from you. It's a weapon of mass distraction. Stay away from God. Stay away from God. Stay away from God. It's random, random, random. Hate, hate, hate. There's a reason you have a repentant heart. Exactly. Admit you're fallen. You are not God. You did not make this. You can put on a lab coat all you want. You aren't God. You're a fucking monkey. Admit it. And then you're free. Then,
excuse me, sir. I am an ape and a hominid.
You can be really human. Then you can... we are nothing compared to what we can be if we honor God and have gratitude. Like, look at the pyramids, guys. They made the pyramids. Why are we just glossing over all this shit? Our history is grand.
Wait, who made the pyramids?
Like,
Egyptians made the pyramids.
We have a history that we aren't allowed to know. Think about why we're here. We're not designed for this environment. We burn in the sun and we freeze in the cold. We're slow, fat, you know, animal. We're not animals with no fangs, no claws. But we got logos. We got consciousness. We're awake. We have souls. We have free will. Does that make sense to you guys? It should. And there's people that spend their entire lives, because they've believed the whispers of Satan, that we are parasites on this earth. You know, that success is about money.
No, we're not parasites. We're just living animals on the planet, like the other ones.
And it's about prestige. And you don't want to...
So why did this guy leave YouTube? I think he got banned because he was a Nazi.
Wear the crown of thorns. The origin story of evolution started with lightning struck a primordial soup, making amino acids.
We don't necessarily know that. That's a hypothesis. That's like abiogenesis, but there's also like panspermia. There, you know, we don't know. We don't know. There are multiple hypotheses out there about how life began on planet Earth. We have no idea.
It's never...
I shouldn't say no idea. We just don't know for sure.
Been recreated. It's never been witnessed. Isn't that what science is supposed to be? You can give me 1,000 labs, and you'll never show me even a bacteria with a life cycle of 1 second have a child from a mother that wasn't the same species. It's
because that's not how evolution works. Evolution is gradient. You don't have an animal one day have a baby that is of a different species. You have a baby that's slightly different than the parent, and then that baby has one that's even slightly different than itself, and it's even more different from the grandparent because it's another generation removed, and on and on and on and on and on until you're, you know, 1,000 generations later, 10,000 generations later, and you can see a distinct difference between the first one you started with and the end result. Evolution isn't this sudden, jerky thing where, you know, one day you have a baby and it's completely different. It's a slope. It's a slow gradient.
It's never happened. How can you see that as gospel? It's lies to the point of nonsense. How did we evolve our intelligence from monkeys?
Apes.
And then lost all of our physical ability to survive and only started using our intelligence for...
We haven't lost all our physical ability to survive. You're outside right now. You're fine. Human beings evolved the capacity to reason, to build shelter, to come up with new ideas of how to survive. In fact, we've thrived. It's why we're the dominant apex predator on this planet. Like, that's our thing, is inventing and being able to engineer solutions to problems.
4,000 years ago. Guys, and it doesn't take a high IQ to see it. It takes an honest mind. It takes a faithful mind, and it takes a grateful mind. Have fucking gratitude. All right, I gotta go. Jack's here. Subscribe to unauthorized.tv. P.O. Box 727, Gig Harbor, Washington. All right, have a great day, everybody. And just remember, you have more value than... They're tricking you into thinking that you don't have an eternal soul and that you don't have value. And it's really sick, and it stops. Now,
it's not a trick. Evolution's real. The moon is real. The Earth's a sphere. Deal with it. You can have your religious beliefs, but, like, reality's reality. Alright, so that's gonna be the stream for today. Thank you to everyone who has come to this episode of Tinfoil Tuesday. Oh, hold on. Let me, Hannah, wait. Hannah reloaded YouTube? That's not what I want. I'm gonna put a link to my channel on YouTube in the chat. Please subscribe if you haven't already. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. It's where I post not only my full streams, but I put stream highlights, so if you just want to watch, like, individual segments that are, like, you know, 20 minutes, 8 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. They're all on there, and they're organized by topic, so if you just want Tinfoil Tuesday stuff, that's under Conspiracy Debunks. If you want just Flat Earth stuff, we have it. We have Chud Watch. We have... I just created a politics playlist for when we talk about explicitly political topics. We have Sovereign Citizens, Karen Freakouts, Wheel Streams, which is where I spin the wheel and do videos based on what it lands on. It's a good time, so check it out. Other than that, I hope you all have a great night. We're going to raid Chud Logic. Because I think they're doing a debate with Biden or something. Oh, the Biden discourse. Looks like they're doing a big group, like, thing. So, check it out. I hope everyone has a wonderful night. As always, chat is valid, and everything else. I love you all deeply.
Why you choose to
Thank
vote for
you.
them, you should
Waiting
join an
for the
organization.
thing to
And
go
yeah,
so I can
because
click
your
the
voice
button.
matters, your
Have a good night,
opinion matters,
everyone.
Your time matters, and you want to kick some, you know, Bezos bucks in the chat to support Chud Logic, then that matters too.
Hey, thanks for the shout out.